And you're welcome. Now, this is what people would call day 4 of the End Bad Governance protests rocking Nigeria. And currently here on News Central, we've been bringing you every single day with proceedings and happenings from all across Nigeria. Today will be no different. Now, over the past 3 days, Nigeria has witnessed significant End Bad Governance protests with citizens across the nation taking to the streets to demand accountability and reform. In Port Harcourt, a major event occurred when protesters blocked the convoy of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The demonstrators, armed with placards and banners, voiced their dissatisfaction with the current state of governance, highlighting issues such as corruption, poor infrastructure, and inadequate public service. This confrontation symbolizes the growing unrest and determination among citizens to hold leaders accountable. The protests have not been limited to Port Harcourt, as demonstrations have erupted in major cities in Lagos, Abuja, Kano, and Kaduna. In these areas, citizens have organized mass gatherings calling for systemic change to improve governance. The protests have been largely peaceful, with participants chanting slogans and marching through streets to draw attention to their demands. However, the scale of the protests has caused significant disruption to daily life, affecting transportation and businesses across the country. Unfortunately, the protests have not been without incidents of violence, clashes between protesters and security forces. That has been reported, particularly in states like Kano, Kaduna, and Yobe. Now, today we will be bringing to you what many have been clamoring for, an address by the president. While we wait to see exactly what the direction of governance would be, well, this is our take. Let's hear from both sides and find out what day 4 for the End Bad Governance protests will bring our way. Stay tuned, as here on News Central we bring you that address, and after we get to analyze and talk about the details from inside of it. Welcome. This is News Central.
My fellow Nigerians, I speak to you today with a heavy heart and sense of responsibility, aware of the turmoil and violent protests unleashed in some of our states. Notably, among the protesters were young Nigerians who desired a better and more progressive country where their dreams, hope, and personal aspiration will be fulfilled. I am especially pained by the loss of lives in Borno, Jigawa, Kano, Kaduna, and other states, the destruction of facilities in some states, and the wanton looting of supermarkets and shops, contrary to the promise of protest organizers that the protest will be peaceful across the country. The destruction of properties set us back as a nation, as scarce resources will be again used to restore them. I commiserate with the families and relations of those who have died in the protest. We must stop further bloodshed, violence, and destruction. As the president of this country, I must ensure public order in line with the constitutional oath to protect the lives and property of every citizen. Our government will not stand idly by and allow a few with a clear political agenda to tear this nation apart. Under the circumstances, I hereby enjoin protesters and the organizers to suspend any further protest and create room for dialogue, which I have always acceded to at the slightest opportunity. Nigeria requires all hands on deck and it us all, regardless of age, party, tribe, religion, or other divides, to work together, reshaping our destiny as a nation. To those who have taken undue advantage of this situation to threaten any section of this country, be warned. The law will catch up with you. There is no place for ethnic bigotry or such threats in the Nigeria we seek to build. Our democracy progresses when the constitutional rights of every Nigerian are respected and protected. Our law enforcement agencies should continue to ensure full protection of life and properties of innocent citizens in a responsible manner. My vision for our country is one of a just and prosperous nation where each person may enjoy the peace, freedom, and meaningful livelihood that only democratic good governance can provide. One that is open, transparent, and accountable to the Nigerian people. For decades, our economy has remained anemic and taken a dip because of many misalignments that have stunted our growth. Just over a year ago, our dear country, Nigeria, reached a point where we couldn't afford to continue the use of temporary solutions to solve long-term problems for the sake of now and our unborn generations. I therefore took the painful yet necessary decision to remove fuel subsidy and abolish multiple foreign exchange systems, which had constituted a noose around the economic jugular of our nation and impede our economic development and progress. These actions block the greedy and the profit that smugglers and rent seekers made. They also block the undue subsidy we had extended to our neighboring countries to the detriment of our people, rendering our economy prostrate. These decisions are made were necessary if we must reverse the decades of economic mismanagement that didn't serve us well. Yes, I agree, the buck stops on my table, but I can assure you that I am focused fully on delivering the governance to the people, good governance for that matter. In the past 14 months, our government has made significant strides in rebuilding the foundation of our economy to carry us into a future of plenty and abundance. On the fiscal side, aggregate government revenue has more than doubled, hitting over 9.1 trillion naira in the first half of 2024, compared to the first half of 2023, due to our efforts at blocking leakages, introducing automation, and mobilizing funds creatively without additional burden on the people. Productivity is gradually increasing in the non-oil sector, reaching new levels and taking advantage of the opportunities in our current economic ambience. My dear brothers and sisters, we have come this far, coming from a place where our country spent 97% of all our revenue on debt service. We have been able to reduce that to 68% in the last 13 months. We have also cleared legitimate outstanding foreign exchange obligations of about $5 billion without any adverse impact on our programs. This has given us more financial freedom and room to spend more money on you, our citizens, to fund essential social services like education and health care. It has also led to our state and local government receiving highest allocation ever in our country's history from the Federation account. We have also embarked on major infrastructure projects across the country. We are working to complete inherited projects critical to our economic prosperity, including roads, bridges, railways, power and oil and gas development. Notably, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and Sokoto-Badagry Highway projects will open up 16 connecting states, creating thousands of jobs and boosting economic output through trade, tourism, and cultural integration. Our once declining oil and gas industry is experiencing a resurgence on the back of the reforms I announced in May 2024 to address the gaps in the Petroleum Industry Act. Last month, we increased our oil production to 1.61 million barrels per day, and our gas assets are receiving the attention they deserve. Investors are coming back, and we have already seen 2 foreign direct investments signed over $500 million since then. Fellow Nigerians, we are a country blessed with both oil and gas resources, but we met a country that had been dependent solely on oil-based petrol, neglecting its gas resources to power the economy. We were also using our hard-earned foreign exchange to pay for and subsidize the use. To address this, we immediately launched our compressed natural gas initiative, CNG, to power our transportation economy and bring us down. This will save over 2 trillion naira a month being used to import PMS and AGO and free up our resources for more investment in healthcare and education. To this end, we'll be distributing 1 million kits of extremely low or no cost to commercial vehicles that transport people and goods and who currently consume 80% of imported PMS and AGO. We have started the distribution of conversion kits and setting up of conversion centers across the country in conjunction with the private sector. We believe that this CNG initiative will reduce transportation costs by approximately 60% and help to curb inflation. Our administration has shown its commitment to the youth by setting up the student loan scheme. To date, 45.6 billion has already been processed for payment to students and their respective institutions. I encourage more of our vibrant youth population to take advantage of this opportunity. We established the Consumer Credit Corporation with over 200 billion to help Nigeria to acquire essential products without the need for immediate cash payment, making life easier for millions of households. This will consequently reduce corruption and eliminate cash and opaque transactions. This week, I ordered the release of an additional 50 billion naira, each for NEL Fund, the student loan, and Credit Corporation for the proceeds of crime recovered by the EFCC. Additionally, we have secured $620 million under the Digital and Creative Enterprises, IDICE, a program to empower our young people, creating millions of IT and technical jobs that will make them globally competitive. This program, including the 3 million technical talent scheme, unfortunately, one of digital centers was vandalized during the protests in Kano. What a shame. In addition, we have introduced the Skill Up Artisans Program, SUPER, the Nigerian Youth Academy, NIA, and the National Youth Talent Export Program, NATEP. Also, more than 570 billion has been released to the 36 states to expand livelihood support to their citizens, while 600,000 nano businesses have benefited from our nano grants. An additional 400,000 more nano businesses are expected to benefit. Furthermore, 75,000 beneficiaries have processed to receive our 1 million micro and small business single-digit interest loans starting this month. We have also built 10 MSME hubs within the past year, created 240,000 jobs through them, and 5 more hubs are in progress, which will be ready by October this year. Payments of 1 billion each also have been made to large manufacturers under our single-digit loan to boost manufacturing output and stimulate growth. I signed the national minimum wage into law last week, and the lowest earning worker will now earn at least 70,000 naira a month. 6 months ago in Kasana, Abuja, I inaugurated the first phase of our ambitious housing initiative, the Renew Hope City and Estate. This project is the first of 6 we have planned across the nation's geopolitical zones. Each of these cities will include a minimum of 1,000 housing units, with Kasana itself set to deliver 3,212 units. In addition to this city project, we are also launching the Renew Hope Estate in every state, each comprising 500 housing units. Our goal is to complete a total of 100,000 housing units over the next 3 years. This initiative is not only about providing homes, but also about creating thousands of jobs across the nation, as well as stimulating economic growth. We are providing incentives to farmers to increase food production at affordable prices. I have directed that tariffs and other import duties should be removed on rice, wheat, maize, sorghum, and drugs, and other pharmaceutical medical supplies for the next 6 months, in the first instance, to help drive down the prices. I have been meeting with our governors and key ministers to accelerate food production. We've distributed fertilizers. Our target is to cultivate more than 10 million hectares of land to grow what we eat. The federal government will provide all necessary incentives for this initiative, whilst the state provide the land. which will put millions of our people to work and further increase food production. In the past few months, we have also ordered mechanized farming equipment, such as tractors and planters, worth billions of naira from the United States, Belarus, and Brazil. I can confirm to you that the equipment is on the way. My dear Nigerians, especially our youths, I have heard you loud and clear. I understand the pain and the frustration that drive these protests, and I want to assure you that our government is committed to listening and addressing the concerns of our citizens. But we must not let violence and destruction tear our nation apart. We must work together to build a brighter future where every Nigerian can live with dignity and prosperity. The task before us is a collective one, and I am leading the charge as your president. A lot of work has gone into stabilizing our economy, and I must stay focused on ensuring that the benefits reached every single Nigerian as we promised. My administration is working very hard to improve and expand our national infrastructure and create more opportunities for our young people. Let nobody misinform and miseducate you about your country or tell you that your government does not care about you. Although there have been many dashed hopes in the past, we are in a new era of renewed hope. We are working hard, and the result will soon be visible and concrete for everyone to see, feel, and enjoy. Let us work together to build a brighter future for ourselves and for generations to come. Let's choose hope over fear, unity over division, and progress over stagnation. The economy is recovering. Please, don't shut out this oxygen. Now that we have been enjoying democratic governance for 25 years, do not let the extremists of enemies of democracy use you to promote an unconstitutional agenda that will set us back on our democratic journey. Forward ever, backward never. In conclusion, security operatives should continue to maintain peace, law, and order in our country, following the necessary Convention on Human Rights, to which Nigeria is a signatory. The safety and security of all Nigerians are paramount. Thank God and thank you for your attention. And may God continue to bless our great nation. Thank you very much.
Good morning once again, and welcome back to our special coverage of the nationwide protest. It's the hashtag End Bad Governance protest. We have just witnessed the president's address to the nation, which comes after 3 days of intense demonstrations calling for change and accountability.
Now, joining us to provide analysis and reactions to the president's speech, we have an array of guests. And of course, we'll also be turning to our correspondents across Nigeria who have witnessed the events that have taken place inside of the protests from all across the country, here in Lagos to the north and the far reaches of Nigeria. We've just witnessed the president's address, where he addressed many issues that the youth have been clamoring for, some of which include, well, very many issues that have been on the tongues of the people or the citizens. However, one thing to note was his call for a violent-free protest, where he told that Well, it is your right to protest, but still asking for the nation to be calm, exercise your right, however, make sure that it is violent-free. And a call out to all the miscreants who might be usurping the protests across Nigeria to cease and make sure that this is a proper procession. After addressing that, he also addressed issues regarding the nation's economy, financing the youth and youth empowerment programs, some of which we'll be taking an analysis of throughout today's course of the show. Well, Judith, good morning to you. Good to have you.
Very good morning to you as well. Of course, good to have you two on the show here this morning. Yeah.
It's been 3 days. Finally, the president has addressed.
Oh, yes, it has. And finally, he has indeed addressed it. It's very interesting that we must also point out that this speech was leaked on social media. It was already circulating on social media 7 or thereabout 9 hours before the speech went live. And so many Nigerians had seen what the speech would be and sort of anticipated it, and it leaked. So it's very interesting to see how that happened, that it was able to be leaked on social media. But what's interesting was that the tone of the speech that he gave specifically to the economy, I want to see whether it will allay the fears of Nigerians, especially protesters, their grievances, if it's able to put to rest what they are clamoring for, that change that they need in terms of bad governance. So we wait to see what that would be for them.
I want to take a look at, since you're on the economy, some of the issues that he spoke about regarding the economy and financing the economy since after the past 14 months. He talked about the billions secured to help empower young ones in the tech sector, which is a very big sector currently, especially that this is a youth movement. That seemed like it was rather kind of like very deliberate. He talked about 570 billion naira released to states to support businesses. I'm not sure exactly if we have full detail of these releases to the different states to actually help the youngins when it comes to the support in businesses regarding tech. And he talked about 75,000 beneficiaries of business loans. Not sure if they have received these business loans or if it's something that's been anticipated or out there already. And also, finally, he spoke about the national minimum wage, which is very contentious because people don't regard that as minimum wage. We had the guest from the NLC the other day, and remember what he referred to it as?
Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting there we go. That's the term that he used to describe it, starvation allowance.
Regarding that, there have been plenty of monies borrowed to be able to accommodate this, and still we've had calls from states that say that they are unable to pay these minimum wages, and many more might follow is the argument. So we also wait to see exactly how these will be interpreted inside of, well, executed when the time comes. There's plenty more that he touched on, and one thing I found very interesting was the application of CNG regarding powering the nation. He talked about saving 2 trillion naira from fuel importations. We still have a problem with our fuel or petroleum sector, especially with the back and forth or the debacle regarding the Dangote refineries. So there's so much to be unpacked inside of today's show, especially when we get our guests to come talk about the details of what they have heard from the president's address. Absolutely.
And also what's interesting was that he called an end. He asked that the protests come to an end and that he's working tirelessly behind the scenes, and all of this schemes and all of the policies, the monetary policy committee and all of the economic decisions that have had to be made to steer the nation out of where it is at the moment. And also it's instrumental that, first of all, that it takes time to be into fruition. And so he asked for protesters to leave. So will they leave? Will they leave the streets? Will they go back home? Will the demonstrations stop nationwide? That is the question we're going to be asking as well. Is this speech enough? We've asked for the speech. We've clamored for the speech. We asked for him to address the nation. He has indeed heeded to the call, although albeit 3 days after, and he has addressed the nation. But is that enough to end the protests, the nationwide protests across the nation? We wait to see come today, Sunday, the 4th of August, 2024. It's the hashtag #EndBadGovernance protest coverage live for day 4. You just watched the presidency speech. We're going to take a short break so we can establish with our analyst that would join us later on during the course of the show, so we can get in depth into the several reforms and initiatives that the president has mentioned, and how visible are they, and will that mean that the protesters will stop drop their placards and go back home. Only time will tell. To be hi and welcome back. Good morning to you and welcome. It's still the hashtag End Bad Governance Day 3 as we continue to, or rather Day 4, as we continue to give you the live broadcast and live coverage of the End Bad Governance protest. Now, just earlier on at 7 a.m. sharp this Monday, this morning, Sunday morning, the President Bola Tinubu addressed the nation, and he has mentioned several reforms and several strategies that his administration is taking to steer the nation out of economic decline and also to prosperity. He also made mention of some reforms as well as strategies. And to that effect, we're going to be joined by our analyst. They'll be joining us live via video chat to discuss with us on the speech that the president just gave, to give their overall impression of the speech and also whether or not it addressed the core demands of this protest. And also, to get started very quickly, let's introduce our first guest for today. And he joins us live from Abuja. Our very first guest is Timothy. Let me just get that name correctly, please, so that I do not mess it up. There we go. Anthony Estefanos. He is a legal practitioner, and he joins me live from Abuja. Timothy, many thanks, and thank you so much for joining us this morning.
For giving me the privilege to join.
Thank you. We're also being joined by Dr. Jalili Adebiyi. He's a scholar and practitioner, and he joins us live as well via video chat. Good morning, gentlemen, and thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to engage the conversation.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good to have you guys on with us. So we've seen the president's address, and I'm going to ask both of you what you thought about it. A cursory view, first of what you thought about the address before we start going into the details of it. Let's start with you, Mr. Jalili, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I listened to the address live, and I felt it fell short, being empathetic. When there is a problem, the first thing to do is to win over the trust of those that are protesting. And what they've been talking about is that the level of hardship in the country is unparalleled. That hardship is killing them. That is one recurring thing in all the protest grounds that we have listened to and that we have read on the pages of newspaper. Everybody is complaining about hardship, squeezing life out of them. And when you look at the issue of hardship, it requires empathy, because we know that the problems cannot be addressed immediately. And the best way the president could have started his speech was to have been empathetic with the people, sympathizing with them, and rolling out some quick wins to show that the government is trying to do things differently. The government also went about the speech by assuming that the people that are in this protest are not aware of what has been done. And I think the speechwriter and Mr. President got that wrong as well. What the people are saying is that what you are doing is not working. So the solution to winning over the protesting citizen is not to talk about what you are doing again. Instead, is to talk about the fact that you are going to be revisiting some of the things that you are doing. Because you ought to have taken the protest as a feedback regarding what they've been doing and the lack of effect of what they've been doing on the overall well-being condition of the people. Rather than acknowledge the fact that we saw this as a feedback, and we'll be using the feedback to rethink and revisit some of what we've been doing. Mr. President went around regurgitating the same thing, policies that people have been complaining about, that formed the basis, the foundation of the ongoing protest. And the other area where I also feel the president did well and could have done better as well was to have recognized the need for us to work in unison as a country, even when we disagree. The need for us to maintain peace and order and to ensure the sanctity and protection of lives and properties of the government and of the private citizens as well. However, Mr. President fell short, recognizing that those that have died, he could have better sympathized with the families of those that lost their beloved one, and further had that the country is going to be investigating the circumstances surrounding their death. It dwell more on the need for us to protect lives and property, which I believe is in order. However, it fell short, injecting that human touch that could win over the minds of millions. And he got something wrong. The right when he got wrong is to assume that those that are on the streets are just protesters. Many of those that did not join them on the street, they have the backers, the protesters of their backers, and they enjoy their sentiment, and they believe that those that are protesting are the ones that are bold enough to go to the streets and call attention of the president, of the government at all levels, to the strangulating condition of things in the country. I also feel that the president didn't understand that. He focuses more on those that are protesting, ignoring the fact that millions of Nigerians, they are within in spirit and soul, although they might not be on the protest front. And finally, I also think the president failed to acknowledge the fact that the protests involve all forms of age demographics, socio-economic demographics. You have the elderly people, especially in several parts of the country, in the Southwest, that are protesting. These elderly people are not the younger ones that people were focusing on. You have middle-aged men and women that are equally on the protest ground. A good number of them are employed, a good number of them, they are daily income earners. So it's not just about politicians. Politicians might be providing some support, and they might not be providing some support. But a cross-sectional analysis of the protesters shows that it's cut across different social economic demographics in the country. And that is why it is important for the president and his advisors and his minister to have the thing of their thoughts, of the analysis of the protest. The protest is a feedback about the poorly thought out policies that they have implemented. And hopefully we are going to get into the nitty-gritty of the policy. For example, the issue of the solutions that the president mentioned.
Before we get into that, we're going to let you speak, but we also have Mr. Timothy, and remember, we're just taking a cursory view of exactly what they thought about, what you guys think about the president's address. So if you would please give us a little bit of time so we can also have Mr. Timothy's submission regarding the address, please. Mr. Timothy, please.
Mr. Timothy, please go ahead. And I'm very specific. I would like to ask, versus the content of the speech versus the protesters' demand, what do you think that the content spoke to their demands or addressed their demands, the demands of the protesters?
The president has succeeded in just telling us what he has achieved within the year. But the content of the demand of the people is not met. It is just one. I think it is the basic need that the people are asking: food, good education, security. That's all the people are asking. Now, when you look at the content of the presidency, aside the only fact that he commiserates with the people who lost their loved ones on the protest ground, his next statement that seems not well with me and with plenty Nigerians is that they should shield from protest. Now, protest is the civil right of every democratic republic. Every democratic republic has the right to protest. And every democratic republic has the right to be heard, because democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That aspect, without thinking towards that, it is not governance at all. Sorry to say, it is not governance at all. So if I were the president, I would have first of all addressed their basic issue, or our basic issue, sorry, not there, our basic issue, which is food, security, and education, and many more. The president has not done justice to the whole situation. Instead, what he ends up doing is saying what he has achieved over the years, and that's not right at all. Now, in some countries, even in this country, what people don't know is that there's what we call the fundamental right, and there's what we call the non-justiciable right. Now, the non-justiciable right addresses the issue of food, address the issue of security, address the issue of education, which ought to be free. But because it is not justiciable, let me not bother us with law terms. Because not justiciable, it is not implicated like the chapter 4, which is section 35, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Is not addressed as so. So I feel the president has not really addressed our issue. He has only succeeded in telling us what he is going to do, which is not done. Looking at it very, very well, I believe that the problem of this country, especially when it comes to food, is easy to solve. Let me give you instances. It has a lot of rice, which I've talking with people along the protest, I realized that one of the common foods they keep on emphasizing is rice. Taraba has a lot of rice. Yobe has the largest rice factory in the country. Yobe alone can feed Nigeria on rice alone. So I believe the president should look at that very well and see how he can harness these gifts within these regions that will provide us with the food we are talking about. The security, if Nigeria can go to Gabon, if Nigeria can go to Sierra Leone, if Nigeria can go to other countries to solve security issue within a year, Nigeria shouldn't be a problem. But we are facing up to 11 to 12 years now based on security alone. I feel the president has not addressed our issue enough. And the protests, left to me, should continue. But peacefully, I am against violence in all forms. I know where I'm coming from, and violence is the last thing I would like to beat. But I feel the protest should be done peacefully. And the interference of political thugs should be discouraged. That's all for now.
Now, I must say, and you talked about food, you talked about education, you talked about the economic situation in the country, and that, the president's speech has not been able to address those core concerns of the protesters, and that he only reeled out his achievements. But I have to say that all of the achievements he reeled out, as you said, are strategies and initiatives and reforms and economic decisions that have had to be made, that he said that have had to be made to steer the nation to economic prosperity. He mentioned, agricultural reforms. He mentioned student loans. He mentioned empowering the youth with, entrepreneurship empowerment programs. He also mentioned quite a number of reforms in the oil and gas sector, and said that there were two major FDI, investments that have come in, foreign direct investment that have come in, that are over half a trillion naira, I guess. $500 billion. That's what he said. But I stand to be corrected. And he made mentions of these reforms. But all of this would definitely take time in its fruition. And he's asked for Nigerians to be patient. Can't we be patient and wait? Are those not reforms good enough?
Those reforms are good enough. Yeah. They are good enough, but this is my own take when it comes to reform. First of all, you make do of what you have. You make do of what you have. Let me give you an instance. I remember when the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, was on throne. He made a statement at a certain point. He said, Aba market is enough to take care of the country. There are innovations without necessarily importing any from it. without necessarily importing any from any country. Nigeria is gifted both in innovation and also in all aspects you can think of. In all aspects you can think of, Nigeria is gifted. So some of the reforms he's bringing, I believe, are good. They are good. They are good. But the first thing that we need to address, what do we have at hand that we can use? Entrepreneur is good. Before he came to power, we have been entrepreneurs. Even after he leaves, we are still going to be entrepreneurs. But the thing that the thing that I feel that he should have considered is the blueprint that the former administration has laid on that aspect alone. I'm not talking about other aspects. On that aspect alone, there's the issue of SME. And I believe that SME should be explored. But first of all, the main thing that has brought this whole thing to a fall is the removal of fuel subsidy. Hello? Is the removal of fuel subsidy.
We would like you to respond to that question before I ask another question. Jalili, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. The first thing I'd like to say is this. The president has an unusual understanding of his policies, and he seems to assume that the policies are going to be yielding results. As a policy scholar, policies we teach a student that policies are not meant to assist at the expense of the well-being of the people. And the very core of any policy is to help enhance the living condition and the overall well-being of the people. So when you implement a policy or policies, and the policies are worsening the well-being condition of the people, the consequence of that policy is a feedback that needs to be considered to revisit the policy, rejig or replace the policy. Because when you form a policy, there are underlying assumptions about the existing condition that you would have to consider formulating the policy. The underlying assumptions will be wrong. And if the underlying assumptions are wrong, definitely the policies will have negative consequences on the well-being of the people. And I believe this applies to the policies that Mr. President defended vehemently. Secondly, the other thing about policies is that we rely on data, including existing data and projected data, to formulate policy. Because the very core of any policy is data. So the data that is relied upon to formulate a particular policy may be faulty. And what is evident is that the data that was relied upon for the removal of oil subsidy contains a lot of missing components. And one of those missing components that I've explained when I appeared in one of the programs is the possible impact of the removal of oil subsidy on the well-being of the people. There was nobody that could say that they saw categorically the data that they relied upon to remove oil subsidy, and whether they did the what-if analysis in policy to determine how the removal of oil subsidy was going to affect all social economic demographic in the country. As we usually say in policy, you can only know for the fact the true consequence of a particular policy after the fact. And the after the fact situation, as it is currently, is the abyssal, unacceptable condition in the country, the unacceptable level of hardship that people of all socioeconomic demographic in the country are experiencing. Let's not get into each of these policies one after the other. The president spoke about mechanization of the agri-food system in the country, and the fact that he has requested that export duties be removed on the prices of certain food commodities. Well, we need to look at this from many perspectives. Are those a response to the issue of food inflation and food costs that we have in the country? I don't think so. Because when you look at the current food insecurity that people are experiencing in Nigeria, there are multiple facets to it. We have the food availability component. And under availability component, there are multiple factors under that. One, the cost of hiring labor to work on farms. As a result of the removal of farm subsidy, the cost of hiring labor have increased. And I'll give you a very good example. When farmers hire labor to work on their farm, before the beginning of the growing season, they usually reach an agreement before the first subsidy removal. And the same thing applies.
Now, Mr. Jalili,
But they usually give
Mr.
the farm labor.
Mr. Jalili, we're almost out of time.
Hello.
Yes, if you can round up, please.
Please let me get done with this one.
Yes.
It's a very quick one.
Thank you.
Yeah. So they usually pay them Okada. Okada is the reward for working on their farm throughout the growing season. Before subsidy removal, an Okada was going for 250,000, and another version was going for 450,000. As soon as the subsidy was removed, the price of Okada jumped from 450,000 to 1.2 million naira. That was the importation of farm machinery at the assistance.
Yeah.
More so that majority of the farmers that we are talking about, these are small scale, poor resource farmers. So if policy is not addressing the cost of farm labor, and there was nothing in the speech that spoke to this, then let's now go to the issue of food prices.
I would like to let you go to that issue, Mr. Jalili, but we don't have too much time, and we have a guest with us in the studio here. But thank you very much, Mr. Jalili. Do stay, but I also want to introduce someone in the studio here with us, and that's Abdulateef Ahmed here. He's our digital news editor at News Central. You're welcome. Good to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
We were asking the gentleman about the details of the president's address. Very interesting address. He talked about the protests. He talked about support for the protests and also getting the economy back on track. I'm not going to say too much. I'm going to let you tell us what you thought about the details of that address.
Well, the president has spoken. A lot of, concerns has been expressed even before the president's speech. What we had expected, observing or connecting the dots from what has happened elsewhere in Bangladesh, Kenya, and the rest, is that the president was going to address the nation before the protest. Because, again, if people say they want to protest, it's their legitimate right to protest. However, if you have your ears right on ground, you understand what their concerns are. Don't rubbish it or say it does not matter.
Do you feel he rubbished it in any way?
No, I mean, the concern was that we can avoid unnecessary deaths. We can avoid destructions of lives and properties. And so if he had addressed the nation ahead of that, there's a chance that people who are sound-minded will be like, okay, yes, we had wanted to protest, but you know what? He has addressed our concerns. But even now that he has spoken up, there are concerns that the protesters had itemized that he didn't touch on. Most of the issues that he touched on were the macroeconomics, the micro, the very minutest issues that the protesters were concerned about. He didn't touch on it. So there's a problem.
And some of these details would be what exactly? These minutiae that the protesters are agitating for?
Okay, so one of the concerns that he actually talked about was fuel subsidy, the fact that there was not going to be any reversal of fuel subsidy, and that we had saved money, about 9-point-something trillion because of the removal of subsidy. What we want to know, for example, was what happened to the refineries that we had refineries that were paid for, in quote, revamping of the refineries. Because if you had removed fuel subsidy, which some of us agree was a sound judgment, it was because you anticipate that there will be refining capacity in the country. We do not have that refining capacity. The time that NNPC had said the refineries, the Port Harcourt refineries will start, it hasn't started. The question is, what happened to the monies that were funneled into revamping the refineries? Because if you are saving money on one hand, where are you channeling this money to? The monies that were saved yesterday, where were they channeled to? So the poverty, the end bad governance campaign at the moment is because you have not addressed the poverty that is cutting through Nigerians, right, left, center, from the north to the south. That is the issue that must be addressed. So, well, you can talk about all the big things you've done, but the minutest things, the man on the street wants to know, how are some of these policies affecting his life?
Now, I must first of all make a correction. Earlier, I said that the president mentioned foreign direct investments that would come into the nation to being $500 billion. I stand corrected, it's $500 million. So I wanted to make that correction. Now, one of our gentlemen here on video chat earlier was making mention of all of these reforms and said that it was him reeling out his achievements in the last 1 year and not translating, to the core demands of the protesters. And now you seem to be of the same opinion as well, that it has not addressed the protesters and been able to address the minute issue that the everyday common man is protesting about. Then how best can he do that? Because as president, I like to think that he's looking at the nation as singular and would address it as singular. So how then can he break it down to come to the micro and be able to address those things? Because student loan is all Nigerians, entrepreneurship is all Nigerians. Fuel subsidy removal, when you think about it in and of itself, they have mentioned time and time again that the new Petroleum Act does not make room for subsidy after June 2023. And so those are the issues that the government has also faced, and they had to be able to. And they've also introduced the CNG program for cars to be able to not run on CNG, which he mentioned that this initiative is visible and a cheaper alternative to the cost of fuel for motorists. So how best can he do that?
Well, some of the problems we have in Nigeria is that we do a lot of big talk. You talk big and then it doesn't translate into action. Let me give you an example. When Nigerians had mustered their patience, their energy, their prayers, their, listening to leaders, in quotes, when they were earning 35,000 as minimum wage, how many states were paying minimum wage of 35,000? So governors and leaders watched in real time how poverty was weaponized, how people were subjected to extreme hunger. And then this hunger has built up over time. And then when their leaders are saying, you know what, we understand you are hungry. We have increased your minimum wage to 70,000, for example. And they're saying, we don't believe you. You have said it countless times that you have increased our minimum wage, but we cannot see it translate into real time. So the same thing is happening. At least 18 states in Nigeria were not paying 35,000 minimum wage. So the president can say, I've increased your minimum wage to 70,000, I've increased it to 700,000, I've increased it to 1 million. We can't freaking see it on the streets, on the lives of people. So if you have a scenario where you only talk big and you do not implement whatever it is you say, it translates to the same thing. People will be impoverished, there'll be serious hunger in the land, and it will snowball into reactions that like this that you see. Because, for example, you will see that ahead of the protest, you are supposed to speak to Nigerians, to the man on the street, but you have the president using the monarchs, the religious leaders, the traditional leaders. President, speak to your country. The leaders alone did not vote for you. The men and women on the street voted for you. So yes, you can talk about you introducing student loans. The student loans that were disbursed so far only affected, I think, about 20 tertiary institutions. The total number of people who have benefited from it and are less than the amount of students who were in my own undergraduate days in my university. It means that it is just very little from amongst, the whole
What about
picture.
the argument that that's only just begun? What about the argument that these policies need time to actually manifest? What about the argument that they've only just had 14 months to actually set this? Regarding the student loans and the navigation of funds there, he talked about 97% debt servicing. 97% of the country's income was what was spending, or rather on debt servicing, reduced to 68%, and then pushed into services like the student loan. But that needs time.
I agree with.
Where's the credit to that?
I agree with that. But there are lots of areas where the monies Nigeria has, budgeted and disbursed for certain things have not been recovered. It has not been used for what it should be used for, and nobody's asking the question.
What about?
Okay, tell me.
Nobody has actually said, okay, what timeline do we need? When should we wait for the execution of these?
Yeah, so it's fine. Timelines are okay. But if we were to ask, how about the other timelines? The president has made a lot of promises, and I gave you one example with the refineries. We were told, the GMD of NNPC said, the refineries will start by December last year. Very logical, but it has not started. Nobody has come up to tell Nigerians, we are sorry, we understand that this was what we said earlier, but this is the challenge now. So no accountability, no consequences for the fact that someone promised Nigerians and did not fulfill that promise. Nobody was sacked. Essentially, we have a system where people speak big and nothing happened on the street. So Nigerians are tired of that. So don't be surprised that in spite of the president's speech, people can still hit the street and say, we are not convinced. We do not believe. It could have been different if the president had addressed the nation before the protest started, meaning he understands that people are angry, people are hungry, people are disgruntled, are angry, are disconnected with what is happening. There is an appeal that can go to Nigerians that may mitigate, all of this. And again, reward and penalties for bad behavior. Reward for good behavior and penalties for bad behavior.
Abdul Latif, at the risk of, playing devil's advocate, and again, I have to be balanced, unfortunately, the perks of my job, right? Don't you think that we put a lot of emphasis on the center? Because many of these issues that we are mentioning about, sometimes the governors are the one we should be holding accountable. Sometimes as a local government, a chairman or the councillors or the House of Rep or the State House of Rep or the Senate. Those are the ones that we should be holding accountable, and as well as the opposition. Don't you think that there's too much emphasis on the center? Now, as what I'm gonna let you answer that question, but also to our guests that are online as well, and that's Dr. Jalili and as well as Mr. Timothy. He's also online, legal practitioner. So I'm going to direct the question to three of you because everyone seems to be talking the presidency, the presidency, the presidency, but there are other persons as well who are part of the government who these issues are at their arm of affairs. The government, the president has addressed the nation and said, I hereby ask for a halt to this protest. I am open for dialogue. But some of these reforms are at the desk of these other officials. So let me start with you, Abdul Latif, here in the studio, and then I'll go to the gentleman.
Yes, I totally agree with you that we put a lot of emphasis at the center. The problem with Nigeria, I mean, maybe the followers, the citizens, is that a lot of Nigerians do not understand civic education. The fact that you voted someone into power does not mean the end of your civic rights. You must continue to demand for accountability from your, for every level of government you have. For example, if you look at the entire, what Nigeria spends, the federal government takes less than 30% of whatever it is, and the rest of it goes to the states. Only recently, we had a Supreme Court judgment where the governors were said to not have access to, no longer have access to the local government funds. What we used to know is that governors had weaponized poverty in Nigeria because essentially these monies are trapped in their hands. They do not allow these funds to get to where they should get to. And that is always, the ticket for violence, for anger, for poverty. Because again, what needs to be done at the local government level must be done at local government level. And that is why, regardless of all the semantics, the legalese that people talk about, joint accounts and all that, those are the, those are the villages and, the nooks and crannies of Nigeria have had access to government at the center. So center is relative. They have difficult access to Abuja, they have difficult access to their state capital, but they have easier access to their local government chairman. And they can hold them by the neck and say, you know what, we got the information that you got this amount of money. Where is that money? What has it been used for? That makes that feeling of ownership at the level of local government easier. You focus less at the center when you know that there's a level of accountability at the regional level. But when you always concentrate everything at the center, and so I would commend the president for fighting that fight for the average Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians don't know that this is a fight for them. But it will not translate into anything if Nigerians on the street do not have the power to vote for their own leaders. Because again, if you have a local government chairman that was imposed on you by someone from elsewhere, he will do his own bidding. So you must, again, move from understanding that now you have access to local government funds to voting for the right person who will lead you at the local government level, and then you begin to demand for accountability. Of course, knowing that certain things you demand from the president or the governor is supposed to be done by the guys at the local government.
For accountability and transparency, the last President Muhammadu Buhari released, he created an app. I seem to forget the name of that app, but that app was so that Nigerians could go there to track projects and to track these other things. And so past administrations have tried their possible best to find ways to hold government accountable and officials accountable and be as transparent as possible. Is that not enough? And in this case, I see Timothy laughing there. And in this case, also local government autonomy as well, being able to release money now to local government, so there's the local government chairman, so there's no bottleneck of saying that they didn't release any money. So what more do Nigerians want? Timothy, I'm going to start with you. Timothy, I'm starting with you. I think Timothy.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, accountability for the governors should start from the presidency, because all allocation is gotten from the president. All allocation is gotten from the president. If the president or the federal government is serious about we holding our governors accountable, knowing fully well, with all due respect, knowing fully well that 60% of Nigerians are not educated, the best he should do is that after those allocations are given to each state, it should be published in the dailies. It should be announced on all the national TVs. This is how much your governor has collected. This is how much I have given.
But they make those announcements. They go on the papers every single time there's a FAC allocation. The amount is posted.
Yes.
It's posted on every dailies. All the states, the contributions down to the last kobo.
Very well, very well. That's my own take on that. It's the only way that we'll be able to know, oh, our governor is giving so amount, and we have not benefited from it. And then the protests or whatever the demand will be properly channeled. But now, Nigerians do not, I can tell you 80% of Nigerians, I inclusive, don't know how much the president allocates to each state. And now, once there's a problem, we only see the federal government, we don't see the state governor, because we don't know how much the state governor is given. In fact, I met somebody that said the person controlling the economy of Nigeria is President Tinubu. So he doesn't know any governor. So his protest is for Tinubu. I was at the protest ground. But at a point it got violent. I had to back off. And then I think that's a good step to take so that the people will know. I keep on emphasizing, I will say it again and again and again. National Orientation Agency has a big work. The reason why some citizens behave the way they do is because they don't even know they are right. They don't even know how to approach certain issues. So they go against it. I met somebody saying that we should burn all the government properties. And the funny thing he was showing me was a public school, a government school. So I asked him, if you burn down that school, it is the children of the masses that go to that school. Have you benefited, or is it to your disadvantage? And he kept quiet. So I feel not knowing how much is allocated to every state is the reason why the protest is aimed at the center. But if every state will know how much their governor is given, I can tell you confidently that the protest will be channeled properly. Because I, for one, has always believed that it is not about the presidency not giving, it's because the people didn't know. But as to local government autonomy, I have asked a question, and I'm still asking. If local government are given autonomy, which I'm in support, what are the strategies on ground to see that it is still the governors that own those local government and not the federal government? Because if they are given autonomy, it means that it is the INEC that will conduct the election. Anyways, let's stop here.
Thank you very much. But still, let's take a look at the president's address when he talked about infrastructure for development. He talked about taking some monies that have been seen or realized from the past and navigating them into other items much like transportation, for instance. He talked about the Lagos-Calabar Highway. He also talked about the Sokoto-Lagos Highway. He also talked about the fact that these are supposed to help the development of the economy. Many people have argued that along these paths, there don't seem to be any economic values. However, he's strong on the opinion that this will bring Nigerians prosperity when it comes to the realization of funds from the development that could come from these infrastructure. Are these misplaced, or is he on the right track regarding development and the siphoning of these monies to these projects?
It is both.
Yeah, so,
I would like Mr. Jalili to please respond.
Okay.
thank you so much. I think one of the issues we need to think more carefully is how we facilitate development. During the 8 years administration of President Bola Tinubu, one singular quote-unquote achievement we head on to, and on which the current president campaigned for the election of his predecessors, was the issue of infrastructure. I listened to all the campaigns by the APC, even during the election of President Bola Tinubu. They were like, oh, we did this much road, we did that much road. And the question remains, are roads enough or sufficient to address crushing issues of development, such as poverty, such as rising cost of labor, and etc., and etc. The fact remains still obvious, not necessarily so, because you must be intentional about how infrastructural development are going to address the core underdevelopment issues facing people at the local level. So the fact that they're investing a lot of money to roads does not mean that the roads will generate the wherewithal, the resources needed for local people to address development issues affecting them. And I think this is one of the missing links in the conversation that we've been having on infrastructural development. It may be that we've been investing or doing infrastructural development in the wrong way. That is one way to think about it. The other way to think about it is this. Do we have those infrastructures that can assist the local people to address their local needs? For example, I've been to some parts of Nigeria, including Ekiti, in Lagos, and Ibadan, that I've visited. And I usually go to the interior. When you get into the interior, what you need to do is to abandon the narrative of Mr. President. Development is absolutely absent in those areas.
Dr. Jalili, I get what you're saying regarding the immediate needs of the people across Nigeria, but regarding the specificity of that highway, these two highways that are being that are under construction, especially the Lagos-Calabar one, how necessary is it to the economy of Nigeria, do you think? And then you could talk about the Sokoto-Lagos one, which is also being suggested.
I mean, they are necessary, but they are not necessary, but I won't think they are immediate priorities that can address the concerns of the streets. These are long-term issues. And we are talking about immediate needs that need to be addressed. People are dying of hunger. It's an immediate development problem. The Lagos-Calabar road is not going to solve that immediately. So we need the president to think about infrastructural development that can assist us to address the immediate problems and the short-term problems. This road you are talking about is in the long term. How is that road going to address in the immediate or medium term the disposable income at the hands of the people? How is it going to address the strangulated and the depressed, severely depressed, purchasing power parity of people at the household level, at the individual level? There's no way such a big project is going to address to those concerns in the immediate. And that is why Mr. President needs to come down to the level of the street. He doesn't obviously understand what is playing out in the country. If he does, he will understand that he needs some immediate policies that will be addressing those concerns. And he needs to work with arrays of stakeholders. He needs to abandon calling imams, calling pastors, calling all these traditional leaders to the fillers. These are not policymakers. They do not understand what we need to address those problems. He needs his minister to go and work with people at the local level and figure out the low-hanging fruits that can be worked around to solve the problems in the immediate. We are talking about people who cannot afford to eat food. We are talking about people who cannot afford to pay the bills of their children. Let me give you a very good example in the university. The University of Lagos is paying, at least to my knowledge, 200 million naira a month in electricity bill. And the same applies to all major universities in the country. Only recently, NUC came up, and Committee of Vice Chancellor, wherever they call themselves, they said students will have to pay 80,000 naira in the average as part of the fees they will be paying next semester. That means in some cases, electricity bill alone, incorporated into the tuitions and fees of students, we run into around the regime of 100,000 naira. Tell me, where will a typical Nigeria, just 100,000 naira for electricity bill, one item? Think about other items. Maybe we are looking in the regime of 400,000 naira, 350,000 naira. Where will they get this money? We have not even spoken about rents. Landlords are running after people, increasing rent exorbitantly. Where will people get money to pay for their rent? We need policies that will increase the purchasing power parity of households. That is not what the president is talking about.
All right, Mr.
And
Dr.
for this
Jalili.
thing to happen, we need to speak exactly to this concern.
Okay,
and
then.
that is my concern as one of the people that campaign vigorously for this presidency.
All right, then.
That
Thank you, Dr.
fought all his energy to get this presidency elected.
Great.
We need to tell ourselves the truth. We have failed this country. We have failed our people. The APC has failed itself. And we need to go back to the drawing board and re-examine how best we can bring succor and comfort to the life of our people.
All right, Dr.
This
Jalili.
is not what we promised them when we solicited their figures. I apologize on behalf of the president. I apologize on behalf of all of us that supported him, that we have brought untold hardship to people. We never intended it. Our policy causes, and we need to own this. And we need to have a sober reflection and have a rethink, not to continue to defend what is not working. From all indication, nothing is working in this policy. Addressing the fundamental concerns affecting ordinary Nigerians, and that should be the onerous responsibility of being elected into office. Indeed, we have been aggravating the current situation in the country. We need a rethink of these policies. All
Dr.
these
Jalili, thank you for that
policies
very passionate response there.
Better in Western world seems not to be working in
Thank
this
you,
country.
but we have to round this segment up, and I want to do that in the studio here with our guests. So now regarding infrastructure and the fact that, like Dr. Jalili just told, and also Timothy also suggested, that the president is not looking at the needs of the people now. What do you think regarding infrastructure and his address regarding infrastructure and funding infrastructure for the betterment of development? Please, if you can make it short, because we're out of time.
Okay, so I'm going to focus on food security. I mean, one of the key drivers of inflation in Nigeria is food. Once, we have rising cost of food, every other thing will be affected. Let's have modernized farming systems in Nigeria. Roads are not just all the infrastructure we need. In the north, there is no access to farms. There are no irrigated farms, modernized farms, and farms that can give us the food we need. We have all the lands that we require. We have everything in terms of labor and all that, but we are still rudimentary in our farming technology.
Well, he talked about that. He talked about the
you talk about it. We can't see it.
For mechanization, rather.
We can't see it. We can't see it because if we see it, we will have food in abundance in the south.
And the argument is that these roads are supposed to help. I don't know if you agree with me.
It is not just the roads. It's not just the roads. What is the farming techniques that we have in Yobe, in Zamfara? Because these guys are, they are overwhelmed with the activities of bandits and miscreants and murderers. So you must give us farms that are modernized, that can compete with Holland, Netherlands, and all biggest farming nations of the world, so that we do not need to import. We spend too much forex on importation, and it is not acceptable. It is something that we must stop. And that is where the infrastructure, has to go into.
Abdulatif, you just reminded me of one of the women. There was a video that showed of her. She was with her child, a baby, infant baby, at the ground at Abuja on day one of the protest. And she said that her husband had died at the farms in Katsina. And so as we're talking about, mechanized farming and, we're deploring ways where the food can be stored and transportation of the food can get, to other parts of the country, and we have the land let's not forget that there are people, there are farmers who are also losing their lives. All this infrastructure can be made and be done, but if lives are being lost on the farms, to what end?
Yeah, but it is because, I mean...
No, I mean, it's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, I know, but these guys who are responsible for, murderous killings of farmers, have you had any prosecution? None of them have been prosecuted. So it continues like that because nobody is holding them accountable. So yes, you'll kill bandits. Yes, you'll deal with miscreants. But have you prosecuted them? We are not seeing that.
Well, Abdul Latif, I want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming
very
on.
much.
Abdul Latif Ahmed, he is News Central's in-house digital news editor, and also joining us earlier on via video chat, we had Timothy Estefanos. He is a legal practitioner, and we also had Dr. Jelili Adebi. He is a scholar and practitioner as well. They both, he's an academia, I'll put it there. He's in academia. And thank you, gentlemen, everyone, for joining us today and just having a very insightful discussion on the presidency's speech.
Welcome back. This is News Central, and of course, my name is Mazino Appeal. My co-host here, Judith TB, and we have with us guests inside the studio. I will be introducing them soon. It's still our live coverage of events happening across the country as we take a coverage of the End Bad Governance protests that have rocked Nigeria. This is supposed to be day 4, as we've seen 3 days of protests, and the president finally addressing the nation on the 4th day of what should be the protests for End Bad Governance. In the studio here with us, we have Mr. Olufemi Lawson. He is the SSA to the Ondo State government, Governor on Public Enlightenment. And also we have Stephen Agedo. He's an activist and has been very prominent in the protests in Lagos, here especially in Ojota. Gentlemen, you are both welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate you for joining. Let me start with you, Mr. Agedo, and ask you, the president has now made his address, and we've heard him. And one of the things he said was, I hereby enjoin protesters to call off their protest, and I am open for dialogue. Are they going to call off the protest, or are you protesters going to call off the protest and will be willing to enter dialogue with the president?
Well, the president just spoken, and in his speech, he has won my heart because he took responsibility of the previous government and his government. Across board, the Congress will sit before today runs out to see maybe to further more out the agitation on street or not. So let's still wait. We have a lot of coalition of civil rights society that is involved on this protest. So let's wait and see before today the press will know our next move.
Mr. Femi, again, many thanks for joining us. I would also have to ask you about the presidency's speech. What do you think about, first of all, the End Bad Governance protests that have been happening in the last 3 days, and also with the presidency's speech? People have been clamoring for him to address the nation, to address the protesters, and albeit 3 days, he finally addressed the nation. What are your takes? What is your take in the entire course of events that have unfolded?
Thank you. I think we are beginning to make some progress, especially if you have lived in this same country some couple of years back when, government was practically deaf and dumb to issues that affect the citizens. In this country, young people were out there for over 20 days demanding for the proscription of the then, Special Anti-Robbery Squad of the Nigerian police. Government never took it upon itself. We had a president in this country who was just there in Aso Rock, not minding what happened on the street, until a lot of young people were eventually, massacred at the end of that protest. And of course, the subsequent destruction of public utilities, loss of lives of security agents and the like. So I think, unlike the past, President Tinubu should be commended that Nigerians have demanded that, no, Mr. President cannot keep quiet, come and speak to us. And he has done that this morning. I think it's a departure from the past. And another thing is that, we have often said this, that the fact that people want to protest, it's not even an issue of debate. It's a fundamentally guaranteed right, constitutionally guaranteed right. But at that, of course, it is not also impossible that people may choose not to, as the case may be, based on their preference. So very unfortunate that the protest has taken a very dangerous dimension in some part of the country. But for those people who have conducted themselves peacefully, particularly in Lagos, during this protest, for places where citizens feel like we need to engage rather than going to the street, like Ondo State, for instance, where it was not because people didn't come out, that you didn't find people protesting on the streets. It's a result of engagement that have been happening between government, citizens, across board. So far, we must commend the fact that largely Nigerians have tried to make it a peaceful protest, unlike, those unfortunate situations that we've seen in some part of the north.
You spoke specifically about Ondo State and the fact that there were no protests on the street. Now, there's a difference between protest and support. Are the people in support of the protest? And what about the government as well of Ondo State? Are they also in support of the protest? Are they in support of protesters' rights to protest? If they wanted to come out on the streets, would they be allowed to do so?
No, nobody would have stopped anybody from coming out to the streets. If you know the history of Ondo State, one of the most politically conscious states in this country, we have the people who are enlightened, and we're respected for that. But the decision not to hit the street, like I said, didn't just happen overnight. Protest is usually driven by groups, just like civil society organizations, professional bodies, labor union. And so for a government that have spent over 2 weeks prior to this August 1st commencement of the planned protest, engaging students, engaging youth organizations, religious organizations, market women, everybody bringing their demands.
So that was done in Ondo State?
Yes.
Okay.
And this was spearheaded by the governor himself. He didn't constitute a committee.
So do you think that the president could have taken some sample from exactly what happened in Ondo State? Do you think that the president should have perhaps addressed the nation from before now, not wait until today?
Well, of course, he failed to do that, but I think he acceded to the call. Unfortunately,
should he have?
Of course, he should have. No, President, this is not the first time the president is coming out to speak on this. You realize that even before the protest, there are a number of occasions that there were statements from the president promising to address the issues, the concerns that are being raised ahead of this protest, appealing to people not to protest, even though people still chose to exercise that right in peaceful manner in some places. But lessons must be learned, and now the president himself has said it, that is what open to dialogue. Dialogue is what states like Ondo has been embarking upon before August 1st, and that is why virtually everyone thinks we need to actually go to the streets.
Mr. Olufemi, I'm going to put my pad down here so we're going to talk about this in depth now. It's very interesting that the Ondo State government took upon itself to address the issues. So the president waited 3 days until he addressed the nation. You've noted that while you said that he actually won your heart out because he kind of like supported the protest, or didn't he, when he said it's your right to actually go out there and support. You speak of the president, delaying his response to the people. However, my question now is it right that he took so long to address the nation? And his body language from before, sending out statements, I'm using your words now, was it the best thing to do instead of address the nation immediately or from weeks before?
Well, a lot of people would have thought, especially people in government, many would have thought, of course, appeals coming from religious organizations, even some civil society groups chose not to be part of this protest, and of course state government across board, members of National Assembly. Some people would have thought that maybe these planners of this protest would have taken to that and there won't be protest. So it's not impossible that he may have waited to see if truly Nigerians are coming out on August 1st. But yet, like I said, I can at least on a number of occasions, once or twice, I've read statements from the presidency appealing to Nigerians, and promising to address these issues that are being raised. That nonetheless, it is good that now he has admitted that he holds Nigerians that duty of speaking to them. I always want to refer to the past, because if you're actually here and if you look at where we're coming from, you come to realize that we're making progress as a democracy, especially when we're now beginning to have government responding directly to the agitations of the citizens.
Now, in the meantime, we've just been informed that we have Sayan Olujuwon. He's a national coordinator, Take It Back movement, and is part of, he's one of the frontliners, front faces and the prominent voices of the hashtag End Bad Governance protest at the Ojota grounds in Lagos. Sayan Olu, many thanks for joining us. We appreciate you for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
Now, the buzzword has been dialogue. You know, I've been hearing dialogue for the last 2 weeks. Quite frankly, I do not know if I want to continue using that word dialogue in my vocab after this month. But dialogue has been the buzzword. And now the presidency has said that, you know, he's asked and enjoined our protesters to call off their protests, leave their streets and go back home. And he's open to have dialogue with protesters to come together to bring Nigeria or, you know, to meet the demands of the protesters. And I have to ask, does dialogue produce results? Have we seen in past time before that dialogue somehow produced the desired results for both parties? What's your take on that?
I think President Tinubu's speech is nothing but insult on the Nigerian people. His speech did exactly nothing to address the fundamental issues or demands of protesters. I am at loss when one of the speakers here, specifically, two of them particularly, but specifically Ken Diagedo, says President Tinubu won his heart with that speech. But I'm equally not surprised because it's the same person who also commended Governor Sanwo-Olu, describing Governor Sanwo-Olu as a victim of circumstance after the governor was deeply involved in the shooting and killing of hundreds of protesters in Lagos. What exactly did President Tinubu want to dialogue over? After he failed to take responsibility of more than 30 people that have been killed in the last 3 days. Just yesterday in Kano, peaceful protesters were massacred, particularly 13 people were killed, including women and children. The president's speech refused to take responsibility for that. People were killed in Borno, people were killed in Kaduna, people were, the massive repression that had happened over the last 3 days in Abuja. The president has failed to take responsibility for these actions. And it is quite sad to the extent that none of his speech acknowledged the pains of the Nigerian people, especially as it pertains to some of the failed policies of subsidy removal. Everything except for except for the fact that the president read out a bunch of statistics that spoke exactly nothing to the plight of the Nigerian people. It spoke nothing to about how.
Soyalu, I'm very. Let me just make this very clear here that the president, he sent bereavement to the families and the friends of those who lost their lives, and he mentioned the states of the places that they lost their lives. Saya, just give me, Mr. Juwon, can you just give me a second, please? Mr. Juwon, we can keep talking over each other, or just give me a sec. He sent bereavement. He said heartfelt bereavement to the families of those who lost their lives during the protest. And he said he understood why people were protesting. He said that he understood why, and he's here to address the issues, and he's open for dialogue. But what's interesting about your submission and Mr. Agedo's submission is that, Mr. Agedo, whilst you say that you respect you are happy about Mr. Presidency's speech, Sayolu's submission he says that it's an insult to Nigerians. What do you make to that comment? There seems to be some sort of confliction here.
I'm entitled to my stance and my opinion. Secondly, I never said all Mr. President stated today is right. I only said for the fact that the president is the father of the nation, it deemed it fit for him to come and address the protester, the Nigeria at large. All Mr. President stated in his speech does not really have not even met the demands across board. So for Juwon coming directly that Mr. President, what I said, he won my heart. In the era of NSAS, we did NSAS for a couple of days. Did President Buhari left the villa to address the nation? The president just addressed the nation on the particular subject matters. And I applauded him for him. I applauded him for his speech. That does not mean the president did the needful
What do you think
Okay.
was lacking in the
In
president's,
the president's
speech?
speech.
Wow. First and foremost, is an hashtag bad governance.
And bad governance.
The president did not treat the main issue, the desire of Nigerians at large. He promised us, this government promised us change since 2015. In the area of insecurity, corruption, banditry, a lot of things has happened so far for the past 1 year in Tinubu's government. As the Tinubu prosecuted the Minister of Women Affairs, Stella. What was that woman's name now?
I keep forgetting her name. She's at the tip of my tongue. But let's go ahead, Minister.
Yeah, poverty, Minister of Poverty.
That's what better I do.
There's an indictment to Tunjo Ojo and what have you. There's a lot of things. You came in the day of inauguration day, you said subsidy gone without any preparation for it. There's a lot of things that is why I said
His move won your heart because of he came out as early as
yes, so he shouldn't get it twisted as if I'm supporting the government or I support APC government.
I don't think it's about APC government. I think it's about...
no, what I said on live TV is, for the fact that Tinubu came outside, he took responsibility of his misdeed and said, Nigerians, I feel your pain. He wants my heart. That is for me. That is my opinion.
In summary, for him coming out to address the nation, that's a score. However, he did not address the nitty-gritties of the demands by the protesters.
Yes,
now,
and Tinubu has failed the populace of Nigeria with that speech.
So it's not exactly a pass mark.
It's not his pass mark.
Now, let's address the protesters themselves, the leadership of the protesters, and perhaps maybe divisions that might be. There are arguments that there are divisions inside of in quote, Congress for the protests. It's expected that there are very many people who are spearheading these, but not one coalition. Regarding the rancor that might be stewing inside of the protest, how would it affect the protest onward? And is there or isn't there any such rancor?
I didn't think so.
So the organization is not... I mean, because we've seen organization being a bit scattered, or that's a rumor that we hear.
No.
So are you guys cohesive together?
There's still unity, and we have our common goal and our common target. Let President Tinubu reach out to the demands being sent across the board, and let the government do the needful. It's a no fact, it's a product of struggle. Aluta brought Tinubu to where he is today. So to whom much is given, much is expected from. So there is no division among the agitator of end bad government or hunger protest. I've said it earlier on that before today runs out, the Congress will meet and know next way forward in respect of Mr. President's speech today.
Mr. Juwon, if you're still there, can I ask you this question here regarding the timeline that is expected for most of these policies to have come to fruition? The president stated some of his achievements. However, the argument from you and some other protesters is that these are not the things that ought to have been addressed. What we need addressed is the hunger that we're facing, our pockets currently, the exchange rate, the inflation, and all of that. But many also argue on the part of the president that you need time for these policies to take effect and get the country on its path again. Regarding that and that timeline, what do you have to say? Mr. Juwon, please.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let me start by saying that how can President Buhari come in to address protesters at the villa? How can that be an achievement? Buhari, during the NSAS, addressed Nigerians in October 12, 2020. And afterwards, he ordered the shooting of protesters on October 20, 2020.
Those are heavy allegations, Juwon.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's go straight to your question.
Yes, regarding team.
Can you repeat that again?
Yes, I'm asking regarding the timeline for these policies to come to fruition and how
Yes.
the protesters are addressing them, perhaps
thank
maybe
you.
also taking that
Thank
into
you.
consideration.
Thank you. So yes, I was also going through the president's speech, and most of what were listed there were nothing but statistics. But I'm going to give you a bit of Tinubu's achievement. Tinubu's achievement as at now is that he's paying workers slave wages. Tinubu's achievement as at now is that food inflation is at over 40%. Nigerians cannot afford food. Tinubu's achievement as of now is that electricity tariff has been hiked. It is no longer affordable. And because of it, many small businesses are closing down. Tinubu's achievement is that today fuel price is way over 1,000 naira. The implication of it is that cost of commodities have skyrocketed, and Nigerians cannot afford the poorest of the poorest food, which is garri. Tinubu's statistics is that millions of Nigerians are now living in multidimensional poverty. These are the statistics before us. Tinubu's statistics is that several young people, Tinubu's achievement is that several young people are dropping out of school because of the wave of fee hikes that have engulfed many tertiary institutions. So I don't think every statistics President Tinubu has read out in his speech has fundamentally addressed exactly what Nigerians are going through: biting inflation, hardship, lack to access to education. I think these are fundamental issues that the protest is addressing. And President Tinubu has done nothing other than to gloss over the issues and dance over the graves of over close to 40 persons that have been killed by the police in the course of this protest.
You keep calling out these numbers, Juwan, but we cannot, we have to fact check those numbers. So you keep calling out these numbers.
Yes, you can. Okay, according to, let me be specific.
Yes.
According to Punch newspaper, Punch newspaper today, was it 2 days ago? In 48 hours of the protest, the government killed 11 people. 11 persons after it, on the first day of the protest, 11 people were killed. This was Punch newspaper yesterday. Sahara reporters reported that 13 persons were killed in Kano, including women and children. We all saw the video how the police vehicle rammed that peaceful protesters.
Juwan, I think you might have gone astray of the question I asked initially, and I'm going to repeat it again. Regarding the policies that the president stated that are on ground, are the protesters putting this into consideration regarding the timeline that it might take for them to be achieved? He has stated that these policies, especially some he stated like the youth-friendly ones, the loans for businesses and all, are they being considered when it comes to the context of the End Bad Governance protest?
What I'm saying exactly for now is that look at the Tinubu's policies within the last 1 year has already achieved its essence. This is the result of Tinubu's policy. We don't need to describe any elongated timeline. In the last 1 year, I'm spelling to you a timeline of what Tinubu's policies has already achieved, and this is exactly what it has achieved. So a further timeline on the part Tinubu is going and is not willing to repent. In the next 1 year, in the next 2 years, Nigerians will be poorer. More young people will lose their jobs. More young people will drop out of school. This is exact. As a matter of fact, tomato or cost of food that inflation rates that currently is 40% will be costing towards 60 if we are not careful. If Tinubu continues on these policies in the next 1 year, in the next 2 years, the 70,000 naira slave wage that has just been approved by the president will practically mean nothing. Dollars today is over 1,500.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juwan.
Tinubu continues with this time on this trajectory.
We have to go on a very short break.
The dollars will get to 2,000.
Yes, we have to go on a very short break, Juwan, but when we come back, we'll continue with this conversation and we'll let you speak. I'm also going to redress it for you, Mr. Agedo, to also give us your specific thought on that question that I asked from earlier. But let's do the short break. We'll be back and we'll continue with the coverage of the End Bad Governance protest across Nigeria with our guests here in the studio and some joining us via video chat. We'll be back.
Hey, welcome back. It's a day 4 of the hashtag #EndBadGovernance protest live coverage here on News Central TV. Now, before the break, we're talking to guests in the studio and, of course, on video chat just regarding the protest and, of course, the presidency's speech. The president addressed the nation at 7 a.m. this morning, addressing the protesters and railing out some of the strategies and reforms that his administration is undertaking to steer the nation's economy to greatness. And in the studio with us is Agedo Stephen. He is a protester and, of course, one of the prominent faces at the protest grounds at Ojota at Lagos State. We also have Mr. Femi Lawson, is the SSA on Public Enlightenment to the Ondo State Governor. And also joining us now via video chat is Zikora Ibe, and she's also one of the protesters at the Ojota grounds in Lagos State. Lady and gentlemen, welcome back onto the studio. Now, let me come to you, Mr. Lawson, and I have to ask, right? The demands that the protesters are making, we've seen how Juwan has been very, adamant with his, very adamant with his, with the demands, and said these measures that the government is taking, we don't care for time. He's had 1 year. How long is it going to take, But the demands are, they're all interesting. And I would like for you to just speak on them. And very quickly, let me just pull up some of these demands for you. Hopefully, we can put that on the screen, from several reforms and initiatives that the government has made mention of. One of them is fuel subsidy removal. They've asked for subsidy to be removed. And the presidency and every expert in the field have said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. It must be removed given the Petroleum Act. It has to be removed. And they've asked for a reversal of fuel pump prices back to the original price. And the presidency has said, we have introduced the CNG, the natural gas initiative to help reduce the cost of transportation for motorists. So there are some initiatives that are being made. What do you make of, the government's reforms and initiative to these demands and the protesters' adamancy to yield?
Well, I think one thing we must all agree is that these changes won't happen overnight. We won't change as Nigerians. These demands by Nigerians, it's been 1 year, But the truth is that for anyone who has lived in this country, I always refer to the past rather. You realize that even if you have given the power to a magician in the last 1 year, no fundamental impact more than we are saying would have been made, especially when you look at the damage done to the economy, the damage done to virtually every sector before President Tinubu came. And that is why a lot of us were reluctant in even participating in this election 2023, because we knew that whoever was coming to inherit Nigeria from Buhari was coming to inherit a very huge burden. So these changes will not happen overnight, but this demand will continue. Nigerians will continue to demand for better life. Nigerians will continue to demand for good governance, but we must also be ready not to wait forever anyway, to follow the processes that may produce these demands. I don't think if we are asking for an end to corruption, we are asking for infrastructure, we are asking for agricultural revolution, we are asking for reversal fuel subsidy, which looks like something impossible at this point. Will this be done overnight? A lot of these issues raised in these demands, by Nigerians who are protesting, are issues that even have to do with existing laws, and policies that are established by laws and acts. So they are not things that President Tinubu can even sit on television and make pronouncements upon. This is a democracy. Everything must go through processes that are established by law. That nonetheless, the president being the head of government has a responsibility to fast track these processes, these policies that this administration is introducing to making life better for Nigeria, especially policies that has to do with, one thing we have left out of these demands, and which I think the government is not addressing enough, is the fact that day in, day out, we are becoming a less productive society. We are becoming a less productive economy. And we're expecting magic. You cannot tackle inflation when your production is almost on a daily decline. You mentioned the price of food the other time. I have a bit of, interest in farming. And a lot of people don't know that. As I speak to you this morning, 40% at least of tomatoes you find in my 12 market here are brought from Ondo State.
I'm so glad you said that, because I was going to talk about...
I used to think we get more tomatoes from the north and some other parts. And this didn't just happen overnight. It was a process that started just a few months and less than a year back, when there was a deliberate attempt by government to support people to go into that sector of farming. And today, it is crashing the price, not only here, but more in our place. Driving through Ore to Lagos, had to make purchase of some staples. We have this popular food in Ondo State we call pupuru, cassava flour. And at some point, we began to challenge these women who are selling. That you buy at a price today, tomorrow it's, of course, it's current reality. And the man called me. I said, it will get to a point that we may not even be able to buy at all. It may not even be available on the table. I said, why? He said, now, the Chinese companies in Nigeria come straight to your farm. Before they wait for us to harvest, we bring it to the market, they buy. Now they go straight to our farms in Ondo State, buy from your farm, and the man who has the cassava want to sell at more profitable price. For you want to make gari from his cassava. You're not going to buy as much as the man wants to take ethanol and other, products that are now available in cassava. You see the factories are all over the place, traveling through Lagos, Ogun State. Those are factories where cassava is now being used to produce a lot of things. But for us, it's about eating aku and making eba.
Mr. Olufemi.
So now, despite that, we are not producing more to meet the demands. We are rather producing less. And that is why this inflation keeps,
Noted. We have to talk to Zikora Ibe, who we have on a live chat. Zikora, good morning. Once again, welcome on the show here. Now, let's have your thought on this. Now, the president, in his address this morning, talked about the fact that he has to address decades of economic mismanagement. Now, that's a direct quote from his speech. Decades of economic mismanagement. In the past 14 months, he has put in policies to try and amend whatever ills that he found while he came, as he came into office. Now, as protesters, is this enough to call for dialogue? Is this enough for the protesters to say, okay, let's wait, let's see if the president is going to do something in the next few, no one knows how long. But what's your thought on that?
First, let me say that the president's speech was unpresidential, disappointing, and unempathetic to the conditions of young Nigerians and even every Nigerian who have continued to suffer for some of his ill-thought policies so far. And when the president says that the economy has been mismanaged even before his time, he is refusing to acknowledge his own role in further worsening what has become a badly managed economy. And I say this because in his speech, he mentioned that he has some CNG policies, to augment the removal of fuel subsidy. And to us, it's like medicine after death. This is a president that came into power, and on the first day of his stand as a president, he did not think through what would be the palliatives to be offered when implementing those sort of policies. He just announced, abruptly that fuel subsidy is gone. And with that announcement, he sent the economy into a tailspin, and we have not recovered until now. And it was like after sending the economy into a tailspin, that's when he now remembered that he ought to put down some palliative measures to be able to cushion the effect of what he has just done. So in that sense, it would seem thoughtless. It would seem, unplanned. It would seem like somebody that doesn't have an idea of how the economy runs and how the economy works and what should be done. Even if you were to carry out, some of those policies you thought are important. We have also repeatedly had the president say that the removal of fuel subsidy was necessary because only a few are benefiting from something that ought to benefit the masses. And we think that this is wrong and ridiculous. If a few people are stealing and siphoning the money of this country that is supposed to benefit the larger mass, why should the larger mass then suffer for the irresponsibility of a few? And this is what we talk about when we say end bad governance. We say that the few people who have decided to make this country not sweet for the mass should be prosecuted, should be investigated. You know, should be called to account, and so that the large mass of the people can enjoy what it is of the bountiful wealth in the country. So when the president keeps saying that there are policies that he has taken, for instance, the student loan, we say that this sort of policies are also policies that do not help us in any way. The student loan, as soon as it was announced, plus the inflation in the country and the economic hardship, it sent all the public universities and even private universities increasing their fees across the country in an effort to benefit from the largesse of the student loan. But we say, what is the need of a student loan that doesn't guarantee quality education? Students will take a loan to go to a school where they can't even sit in a good classroom, where they do not have basic amenities to further their education like research facilities, where they do not have basic infrastructure to make their living conditions better while in school. We have seen students in Benin, the University of Benin, protesting against the lack of electricity in their hostels. They cannot read, they cannot write, they cannot read at night in their hostels. They cannot study because there is no electricity. We have also seen the same thing from the University of Ibadan, where students protested at least 3 weeks ago, protesting that the living conditions that would excite them to be students is not favorable to them in their school. And these are schools that are collecting loans. So if students finish collecting that kind of loan of 1 million naira per session, 500,000 per session, and the loan does not translate into quality education, who are we fooling?
All right. So,
and don't forget, this loan only applies to students who are already in school. It means that the mass majority of Nigerians and poor students who are unable to meet up with the increasing school fees that we have seen across the country cannot even access the loan until they are students. What it means that many people will not be able to go to school in the coming years. So what exactly did Mr. President do? Which is why we are asking for grants for students and not loans that impoverish them further.
Zikora, I'm very intrigued, right? And I'm curious about what you said. In your first submission, your opening statement was the president's speech was insensitive to Nigerians and to the entirety of the citizens. And so I have to ask, what then should his speech look like? What should he have sounded like? If you were the presidency right now addressing protesters and Nigerians, what would you say? Because I have to point out that he addressed the protesters and said that I empathize with you and I also stand with you. He also said to those who had lost their lives and mentioned the states, he said, I extend my bereavement as well, you know, and my heart goes out to those who have lost their lives. And he says, I hereby call the protesters back. Let's go into dialogue. Isn't that empathetic enough? And if it's not, what then should his speech have sounded like?
Let me say that it was too sad that it took the president this long to make that speech.
Again, Zikora, it's too long.
Yes,
3 days. 3 days, right? Now, if you and I hate
it wasn't 3 days. Let me speak. It wasn't 3 days. The protest had been ongoing online. Conversations around the conditions of the country had been ongoing online, and people expected the president to address this even before people moved to the streets. Then people moved to the streets and continued to agitate. But it took the president 3 days to come down from his high horse to talk to citizens. And by speaking to citizens, he did not try to empathize with their conditions. He did not try to empathize with the material situation that pushed them out to the street. Instead, he started with blaming protest organizers and protesters for the violence that has been seen across the country. And who caused this violence? We saw security operatives deal high-handedly with innocent protesters across the country. We say this for a fact because for states where security operatives have remained empathetic and, you know, recognize their position to hold the ground and to be responsible, protests have remained peaceful across those parts. And the protesters have acknowledged the police role in calming situation and in calming tensions around. But in places where the police felt that they had the power, you know, to suppress protesters, We saw what happened. We saw the chaos that ensued after they used maximum force. This the president did not address. Instead, the president, in his third paragraph, blamed protesters for the violence that has erupted across some parts of the country. And we think that this is not empathetic. Further down in his speech, he said that young people should not allow themselves to be utilized as elements to entrench an unconstitutional order, or should not be allowed to be told that the country is not working for them. This is ridiculous. He minimized the pains and realities of people. People had it good for them. Be out in the streets.
All right, thank you very much,
Even
Zikora.
a protest.
Thank you very much, Zikora.
Zikora, many thanks. Juwan, I would like for you to also make a submission to that as well. Please go ahead.
Yes, I agree completely with Zikora that the president's speech was not sympathetic to the protesters at all. As on the contrary, it was a blackmail on people simply demanding for good governance. Because most violence that were recorded in the course of this protest were orchestrated by security forces. We have a situation. We see the situation in Abuja. It saw live bullets and tear gas. We saw the unfortunate situation in Kano, as I mentioned earlier. Even the president's speech, dismissing ethnic bigotry, that is very correct. But we think but we also think that it was an hypocritical statement. If the president indeed is not, if the president is actually sympathetic against the use of ethnic vitals against Nigerians, a spokesperson, Bayo Ononuga, should have been the first person to be fired, because there is no one that did all form of ethnic profiling, especially against the people from the Southeast extraction, than Bayo Ononuga. So this should be the first person the president should have fired in a speech. Also, the police who shot at protesters in Kano and killed them, including women and children. The video we saw yesterday, very tragic. The speech should have held them accountable to some of the violent crimes they committed in Abuja, in Kaduna. This is what was expected of the president. But of course, as I said earlier, his speech is mere window dressing, glossed over the issues, embarrassed the protesters without addressing their demands.
Okay, thank you very much, Juwan. I'm going to come back to the studio here with us, Mr. Agedo. Much of the sentiments that have been shared by our two guests online here, Juwan and Zikora, kind of like paint a grimmer picture after even the address by the president. Well, they're not altogether with it. How much of this are we expecting to see when it comes to the protests, and how is it going to affect the protests come today, perhaps maybe when protesters hit the street? How much of this sentiment will we see in the protests going forward?
The protests will still continue because the president have not really made the demands across board. The protests will continue. I've said it earlier on. The Congress will sit down and review the president's statement. I will agree with my sister, Ibe. The president's statement today is unpresidential. It shows he's not really, in quote, feeling the feeling, looking at the feelings of common Nigerians on the streets. For Christ's sake, we are talking about hunger strike. Hunger.
What should the president have addressed to absolutely specifically touch on that demand? Now, the hunger that the nation is feeling. What did you expect him to say directly?
There is this saying that I said, to whom much is given, much is expected from. I want to hear the president to say, subsidy have been returned. I want to hear the president to say, custom duty have been reduced. I want to hear the president to say, look at what's happening in the National Assembly, their take-home, their wardrobe allowance, vehicle. The president bought brand new jet, and Nigerians cannot boast of one bag of fries at home. Far back before this government came in 2015, before, how much is bag of rice? Hunger is an uniform stimulus all over the world. You can't pretend of hunger for Christ's sake. Why I said earlier on that, the president, for the fact that he deemed it to address Nigeria, I'm happy. But what I expected from him, all the demands, none is being treated. What the president was just saying is trying to shift away from responsibility. Secondly, trying to campaign their achievement. We are not talking about achievement now. We are talking of what really brought us to the street.
Mm-hmm. Regarding the jet, that's not absolute yet. However, he did address food. He talked about the fact that there have been deployments made financially to help aid farming, agriculture, automation, and all of that. It was all there inside of his speech. Yes, go ahead, please.
You see? No, continue your talk.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I pointed those out.
He addressed
agriculture.
Agriculture.
Yes.
Before now, the Minister of Agriculture have said a lot of promises, sharing of fertilizer and what have you. But we are still buying a mudu of gari for thousands of naira. So all the president said today, it's not a yardstick sad to really treat the demands. Some people sat down and said, what's our problem? And they listed it. None of the demand the president addressed. He was just saying, this is what we have achieved. This is what we have. Your achievement that is not affecting a common Nigerians.
Regarding minimum wage, the presidency talked about, or from before the protest, talked about the fact that we had to borrow much to be able to accommodate the 70,000 naira minimum wage that is going to go into action, that's being put into action. Now, that's coming from nowhere because it's on loan. Now, regarding removal of fuel subsidy, noting that there was no arrangement for it in the budget, if it is to be put back, how would we suffer that? Where would those monies come from, where we have no allocation for it inside the budget? These are very detailed details that perhaps maybe should also come into the discussion, and maybe the Congress should sit on a round table suggestion.
My brother, you are not, don't let me see you as a defense to the government. There is money in government. Let government take responsibility now. They should cut their cost. There's a lot of allowances, sitting allowance, presidency, House, National Assembly, State Assembly. They should take responsibility. There's a lot of things that is going on in this government. Whether you like it or not, government of Tinubu have shows a sign of corruption. At least one person has been indicted that we can see. God knows a lot of shenanigans that will be happening on that ground. So they should just take the responsibility. Either is inside the budget or not, the cost of running governance for their own personal benefit should be cut down so that an average Nigerians on the street can enjoy the benefit of democracy, quote unquote.
Mr. Lawson, let me ask you, I mean, from all of the submission, from Zakora to Sanyo-Olu and now to Stefan in the studio, one thing is certain, trust deficit. The public clearly doesn't trust the government. And I would like for you to address this. You are the SSA on public enlightenment to the governor. How best can government close that gap and make the public trust them again?
You see, the culture of communication between government and citizens is something that we have always lacked in Nigeria. In the past, government have to wait until issues, snowball into crisis before we start calling for dialogue. But I've always been of the opinion that we should be open to dialogue. I've participated in a lot of struggles in this country, from the pro-democracy day through even the successive governments in Nigeria. I've been part of so many protests in this country. And every protest I've always ended on the table, even if there are policy proclamations by the president in that speech, we'll still go to the table. And so I don't think protesters should leave out the option of dialogue, just like the two young people are trying to act. A lot of these things, like I said, are not things that can be achieved by mere proclamation by the president. Though he's the head of government, he has taken responsibility. I read the speech. And I don't want to totally agree that the president didn't take responsibility for some of this, including the violence that broke out in some part of. And I think we must also be sincere that even while planning protests, we have often been conscious of establishing the fact that our protests must be peaceful. We've done that a number of times. And it was one of the reasons why young people were able to stay for the number of days that NSAS lasted until that, unfortunate, attack on protesters that led to subsequent violence, was because protesters were largely peaceful all over the country. Even when protesters were assaulted by some sponsored thugs, then they remained peaceful. And that was why they could stay that number of days on the streets. But could we say the same thing of the visuals we saw from Maiduguri, where, protesters were
looting?
No, throwing stones at the commissioner of police. Or what we saw in Kano, do we say it's also part of what we planned? So we must be clear and we must understand that it is not government or government infrastructures alone that were attacked in Kano. People's private businesses were invaded, just in the same manner some people did aftermath of the violence in NSAS. People, including pharmacy stores, you'll be amazed about the visuals coming from Kano. So we cannot, because we want to affirm the right of the people to protest and justify harassing on innocent citizens by people who are claiming to be protesters. Protest will mean a fundamental right. Nigerians will continue to protest, demand for good governance, even after this government. So nobody can stop that.
But trust is still an issue.
Trust, the only way you can build trust with citizens is by continuously engaging. Why should government wait? Well, like I always give an instance of, citizens were expressing themselves online, were not comfortable with this. I saw a lot of persons who are members of the National Assembly going to their constituency to engage their people. In all this, some governors have not even made a statement, and these are governors who the president claimed in the speech he has given states, and the FCT about 570 billion to cushion the effect of some of this hardship that Nigerians are complaining about. Some governors are not even acting as if they are aware of what citizens are saying. But some have taken it upon themselves, including the governor of Ondo State, that, no, let's talk. The market traders, what are the issues? The students, for the first time in over 8 years, students are beginning to get bursary and scholarship as a product of this same, August protest, in Ondo State. It was in the course of the engagement, that the governor approved immediate payment of bursary and scholarship for students of Ondo State origin. That has been missing for over 8 years. No government thought about that. But that protest, that planned protest, has given birth to a result. And other sectors also that the governor took, leading practically by himself, not setting up a committee or sending, intermediaries, to address days prior to the commencement of the protest.
Not just on those states, also in Delta State as well. And you are correct that these are coming off of the happenings currently.
Yes.
However, how much of the people, the citizens, actually know that they have these to their advantage? They don't know about these allocations. Most of them don't know about these allocations that have been given to the states. They don't have a connection between themselves and their local government. What is the government in your state, for instance, doing to educate the people to their rights, to educate them so they know what their responsibility is when it comes to nation building itself, what they know, what they should be aware of when it comes to keeping their nearest member of governance, which is the local government, in check? Do they know anything? Are you, as part of the government, also aiding them, educating them in knowing their rights?
Ondo State government is very deliberate. But the whole essence of the creation of the Public Enlightenment Office by the government itself is to openly engage the citizens and keep them informed.
And how do you do that?
Doing that is part of what we've been doing over the last couple of days. We must let the citizens know opportunities that are available, the resources that are available within the state. A lot of government don't want to do that because of issue of accountability. When you are transparent, when you are accountable to your people, you should let your citizens know that
So how does Ondo State do it?
Ondo State is doing that through the Public Enlightenment Bureau, you understand, which the governor has created, where I'm the senior special assistant. So Ondo State government is openly engaging citizens, telling them what is available in government, and also the responsibility.
Are these like classes or forums or,
Of course, we do that to the mass media, and like I said, we have fiscal engagement with key sector, almost every sector. If you are not a student, you fall in the youth category. If you are not a Christian, you be a Muslim or as the case may be. If you are not a member of the trade union in Ondo State, you be a part of the market, women group. If you are not, every sector that you can find yourself in Ondo State are being engaged by government.
Well, let me, because we're pressed for time, and this time I just want to come to our guests that are on video chat, and that's Mr. Juwon and also Ms. Ibe. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the protest, this is day 4 of the protest. The president has addressed the nation, and you have said that although in spite of the address, it is not enough and has not met the demands or addressed the core issues of your protest. So I have to ask, what will day 4 of the hashtag End Bad Governance protest for Lagos State look like? Juwon?
Oh, yes. So already today, protesters are already converged in Ojota, and they will be, so majorly it's going to be people, Christians and Muslims, observing their service at the barricades, and they are going to be, and they'll keep protesting. That's all, just as we've been doing over the past 3 days in Ojota. Also, and we would also want to seize this moment to also insist that we also be reiterating some of the demands that we have long presented to the president over the past 2 weeks on the social media. Its demands are circulating everywhere on the social media, and has been articulated all the time at the protest ground. But however, I want to also speak to some of the so-called achievements of the president, because I keep you said something that trust is a major problem we have with government. That is very true. But another major problem is Tinubu's policies, the President Tinubu's policies himself. So if the president thinks that 70,000 naira minimum wage is a smart decision, then he should place himself, his entire cabinet, and members of the National Assembly on 70,000 naira minimum wage. If he thinks that removal of fuel subsidy is a very smart decision, then himself, his entourage, all government officials should stop living on public funds to fuel their cars. They should start buying fuels with their money, like Nigerians are doing. If the president feels that electricity tariff and his policies that have vocation fighting inflation is okay, then they should simply stop living on public coffers and start experiencing exactly what Nigerians are going through. If his policies on education is that smart, then all government officials, all of his entourage should cease completely from seeking education overseas. These are the issues we are talking about. We are talking about that the president, the entire government officials, they are completely disconnected from the lives of an average Nigerian. And this is exactly the reason they continue to think the policies they make are smart policies. If they are so smart, they should be bounded by those policies themselves.
All right. Now, Juwon, many thanks. Let me come to you, Zakora. Your take. We'll press for time. A minute, please.
Yeah, so it's clear. I completely agree with Juwon. It's clear that this is going to be a long struggle, and we have seen government representatives talk without action. And if you say that citizens should tighten their belts, you should also tighten your belt. So we've seen the Senate president say that why citizens are agitating, that they would be eaten, which is an insult. So the same thing Juwon has said. The president has largely unaddressed what are the core demands of protesters. And until these are addressed, I do not think that people's grievances can be minimized. So the best thing is for the president to go back to his drawing book and address them. And I just want to make one quick point. I know the gentleman journalist sitting with you, he said the protesters should go back and work on the details of how the president can reverse some of those policies because they cannot be easily reversed because they are now, in law. But the truth is that he is passing a responsibility that should have been that of the presidency and his cabinet. At the time they took all those decisions, they never had any consultation with the Nigerian mass. They took those positions at their personal whims, and they just announced it without any feeling, any thought of how it was going to affect the economy. So we are saying to them to go back to their drawing boards and sit down like thinking people and redress those challenges, those things that they have pronounced that have sent the economy into a wreck. Go back and sit down at your table if you have a cabinet that really thinks and redress them.
All right. Zachora, many thanks. Let me come to you, Mr. Lawson, as well, and ask you, as we go into day 4, what would be your call to the government? You are an SSA to the governor of Ondo State, and if you were to speak to the government in this matter, when it concerns public enlightenment and the protesters, what would be that message?
Now that President Tinubu has opened the door for dialogue, I want to believe that Nigerians will embrace it, but this must not be limited to the president. Other stakeholders in government should also do the same. States should engage citizens. There are protests all over the states, in rivers, we've seen in Delta and some other parts of the country. The states must also engage with it. Some of our, issues may not be the same. The demands may vary, based on where you find yourself as a citizen. So that is why we cannot leave this alone to Abuja. And one of the problems that brought us here is the fact that Abuja carries so much burden on itself. Even for me, I don't think the federal government has any business in agriculture. That means Federal Minister of Agriculture in Abuja sitting there, to me, leave the business of agri to the state. So some of those issues have to be addressed using this opportunity by the president himself. And of course, like I said, the door of dialogue must remain open. Listen to what people are saying, engage them. And I'm sure we can find the kind of situation we found in Ondo State, where people practically, are going about their normal businesses because they feel they're already talking with government, and government is making promises in some places, making their demand.
Atedo, any last final words for today?
My final words is straight to Juwon. You should not get my word out twisted. I never choose a stance with the government. I'm only saying I'm happy that for the fact that the president came outside. Secondly, is for the president to let ceasefire on this protest. At least the demands, we are not saying it's a rocket science now for the government to do our demands. At least you reach some key points in what we listed down. It will heal a lot of wounds. That is my final say.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much. And also, lady, thank you so much. We had Ms. Zachora Ibe. She is a human rights activist and also one of the prominent voices for the hashtag #EndBadGovernance. We also had Mr. Sanyo-Olu Juwon, who's also one of the protesters at the Ojota ground. And here in the studio, we had Agedo Stephen. He's also part of the protesters. And of course, Mr. Femi Lawson, SSA Public Enlightenment to the Ondo State Government. Thank you again, once again, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Now, do stay tuned. We continue with coverage of the End Bad Governance protests across Nigeria. We'll be getting some feedback from our correspondents across Nigeria. Only if you stay tuned here on News Central. We'll be back.
And you're welcome back to our live coverage of the hashtag #EndBadGovernance. It's day 4, and of course, Sunday morning, 7 a.m., very early this morning, we had the presidency, and that's President Bola Tinubu, address the nation, and he called for protesters, that's the End Bad Governance protesters across the nation, to, put down their placards and go home, and he's ready for dialogue. He also, spoke to Nigerians and also reeled out some of the reforms and initiative that this current administration has embarked on to steer the arms of the economy to greatness. And also, he talked about the agricultural sector and also the economy. And so to that effect, we're having a second analyst join us today to talk about the economic part and the economic implications of his speech today. And that is, of course, joining us live via video chat, it is Ugo Obichukwu. He's the founder, CEO of Nairametrics. Ugo, a very good morning to you, and thank you so much for coming on.
Good morning, Julie. Thanks for having me.
Good morning, Ugo. How you doing?
Hey, Mr. Mazino. Very fine. How are you?
I'm very fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's get started, shall we?
Yes, please.
And I would like to ask you about, your first impressions of the speech very, very, very quickly. You listened to it 7 a.m. this morning, a 15 minutes long thereabout speech. What was your first impression while listening to the president this morning?
Yeah, thanks, Judith. I think I want to look at this from two sides, positives and of course maybe the downside. I think that it was a pretty much empathetic speech. I think I saw personally a president who was, a little bit, empathetic with his constituents, that's Nigerians in general. He sounded like he was, doing enough or doing a lot to try and change the economic trajectory of the country. I also looked at his body language. He was standing. He, gesticulated a few times with his hands, trying to essentially, connect with Nigerians who were watching him. And then even the tone of his voice was was a bit assuring, if I can use that word. So, from that point of view, it all sounded quite good. Even the content of his speech as well was not combative at all, not at all, critiquing. He sounded like he was trying to, pass his own message, albeit perhaps we should have done that earlier. But basically saying, look, this is what I'm doing, this is what I've done. This is what we're trying to achieve. We understand what the issues are. We're doing A, B, C, D, E. Things are going to get better. So from the posture and all of that, you could see that, he basically was trying to connect as much as he can as a Democrat. Now, but to the substance of the message, probably did a very good job at reading out everything that, the policies that they've put forward. I think by our estimates at Nairametrics, I think there were probably about 29 or so of them policies that he reeled out, different kind of policies. But I guess for me, it kind of stopped short of letting us know clearly what the policy targets are. I mean, what are you trying to drive at? If you want to reduce, if you know that Nigerians are worried about inflation and cost of food, especially, what are your targets? Are you telling us that by the end of the year, inflation is going to drop by X number, or you're going to reduce food by X number? What about, fuel prices? Do you see fuel prices coming down in future, or do you think that it's going to keep, rising? Are you telling us that, refineries are going to be in operation by the end of the year to help reduce some of the pain or the cost of high fuel prices? Or are we going to see, or are the refineries going to eventually lead to the elimination of fuel queues that we see around the country? And then what about, domestic production as well within the country? So outputs, essentially. So are we going to see businesses going to keep operating at a very high interest rate environment, or do you expect to see maybe GDP start to grow by X amount at a certain point in time? So I kind of didn't see, some specifics that I thought that would probably have connected better, from a policy standpoint, because policies are not made in the thin air. When you're making policies, you have to, align those policies with clear targets. So if you're saying, look, we reduced, we took away, or we basically introduced a managed float of the exchange rate so that we can achieve A, B, C, D, E, and then we're expecting to see X amount of FDIs or FPIs over the next 1, 2, 3. I mean, I kind of think maybe that would resonate more with Nigerians, because then you can now align a lot of the policy pronouncements or the initiatives that they put forward in line with targets, and then of course timelines, because we all know that it takes time for policies to start to materialize. But where you don't have very clear targets, or nobody's very clear where you're going to with all of this, and you don't have a very clear timeline, then it just makes the entire speech a little bit subduing.
Mr. Ugodre, apparently you have plenty of questions, and 2 hours or 2 hours ago, just immediately after the president's speech, you actually made a submission on X, if I'm not mistaken, where you had more questions. You asked about the inflation target, you asked about FDI, you asked about unemployment rate, you asked about plan to cut fiscal deficits and GDP. You also now just spoke about the president's body language, which I think maybe we should reserve for a psychologist to come tell us exactly what it meant. However, you are a numbers guy. Even if the president addressed many things, he did that in plenty of governance jargon. You are a numbers person, and I'm hoping that we can break this down in terms of how people, the common man, can understand exactly what the demands from the protests are and exactly how the presidency could address it. what he should have said without the jargon to the masses that would make them understand, and how these policies are going to go into execution and a timeline. What would you have heard, taking all of what I just said into account? What would you have rather heard from the president?
I think I kind of mentioned that already, but maybe just to go a bit further.
In layman's terms, please.
Exactly, in layman's terms. Even though, to be honest, Mazino, I really don't know what layman terms is per se, from this perspective. But here's what's key, right? People want to be able to afford a 3 square meal. Okay, basically, you want to be able to buy food and feed your family. You want to be able to pay affordable transportation cost. You also want, security. You also want to be sure that you want to ensure that your business is at least thriving, right? I mean, these are just basic things that people want. And so from that perspective, what I was hoping to hear was, look, guys, I know that, it costs X amount of money or the cost of inflation. Inflation at the moment is 30 something percent. Part of what I'm trying to do is to drive inflation down to X number. And for that reason, I think that our plan is that by the end of the year, Nigerians should be able to afford 3 square meals. I should be able to bring food prices down by X amount of, or by X percentage. I think people want to hear that. People want to be sure that they can eat. These policies that we're doing, a lot of all these things that we're putting in place, I'm pretty sure that by the end of the year, or by early next year, or by next month or next week, you will start to see food on the table. You're going to see a lot of food in our market. You're going to see, farmers flood our market with harvest and just clear things, because at the end of the day, that's what people want. And then if you now come to fuel prices, which we know is one of the major triggers of inflation in Nigeria, you're trying to say, look, you have to tell people that, look, refineries are going to come on stream X number of months. And if they don't come on stream, heads are going to roll, because they told us last year that some of our local refineries are going to be ready by December. But this is August. They're still not ready and nothing has happened. So Nigerians don't know why. So if refineries are on stream, then you're telling us that you're pretty sure that fuel prices will stabilize, or fuel prices will even start to go down, which will make things better for Nigerians. So that will connect better to Nigeria, because these are things that people pay for, spend money for every day. And then, of course, you now go to the exchange rate, which we all know is one of the major inputs importation cost, and which also drives up inflation rate as well. So you've seen the exchange rate go from 750 a year ago to 1.6 or 1.5 now. What is your clear message? Are you saying that, look, the driver's inflation rate? Driver's inflation rate is because we haven't been seeing enough foreign portfolio investment in the country. You've seen about $3.9 billion coming in the first quarter of this year. We're targeting another X billion dollars between now and the end of the year. And we're doing A, B, C, D, E. And by the time this happens, we will see a semblance of a stable exchange rate. And then we could even see a strengthening of the exchange rate. I kind of think these are some of the things that I would have expected him to say. And I think everyone understands these things, even the regular person on the street. They understand that fuel prices, exchange rate, and food costs.
So when you put it that way, you've just succeeded in explaining to the layman out there. So you understand what I said from before. However, in your submission, what you've just given is an explanation to the policies that are already on ground. So you're saying that the president should have explained better to the people what these policies are, when they're going to take execution, and when they're going to come to fruition. That's what I gather from what you said. And
correct.
Am I correct?
Yes, you are very, very correct. You are very correct. That was what I expected him to connect, because that's the missing link here.
Exactly.
Right?
Now there's more. Now regarding, you spoke about foreign interests in Nigeria. Regarding that, we saw plenty of, action when he was coming into the administration, his foreign visits and promises that we would have a very attractive economy. With the protests now, how attractive is Nigeria to any foreign investor, especially when you now impute the debacle that we've had with our very own indigenous Dangote company trying to do business here in Nigeria? Let's put all of that into your next submission, please.
Yes, Mazino. I think that was a bit of that was some cloud over the head of a lot of the policies that they've been trying to put forward, or especially when it comes to wooing foreign investors. The central bank governor did tell us that our external reserve is now around $37 billion and growing, suggesting that they are seeing tractions from foreign portfolio investors. However, it is still hot money. A lot of this money is because of the high interest rates that we're currently offering. And so foreign investors love high interest rates, and so that's why they're bringing in money. And in terms of foreign direct investment, the president himself also mentioned we've only seen just seen $500 million, and that doesn't in any way when you also compare that to the amount of FDIs that has actually left the country. So for me, yes, we've seen the protest take on. I don't necessarily think that will have any negative effect on foreign investors' perception of the country. I think that foreign investors understand that reforms can be a very bitter pill to chew. And so when reforms are very hard, people tend to push back. Nigeria is not the only country where you're seeing protests happen. You've seen protests happen in several countries as well, even countries that are in a much better position than we are as a country. So I don't think that is going to dissuade, foreign investors. What typically fear foreign investors is when there's instability in government, and we're nowhere close to that. So what you're seeing is just regular protests that everyone expects to happen when you're going through, the sort of economic transformation that we're seeing. So I'm not in any way worried about it. What I'm, however, worried about is the sort of signals that you're giving foreign investors in your country, and which is where, the Dangote issue comes in. So you're saying, look, from a policy standpoint, yes, you can be there and clean out all the policies, but how is, the people in government actually implementing those policies? The guys that matter, the guys at the ministries, the guys at the state level, the subnationals, how are they also encouraging implementation of these policies, and how are they also supporting businesses? You've seen a lot of issues regarding ease of doing business. Despite all the hard work that we've done over the years, ease of doing business is still a major concern for a lot of investors. And these are the things that investors look at. Investors are not going to necessarily look at, protests as one of those issues. They would look at the government themselves and what they are doing. They have their own clear KPIs. And if you don't meet the KPIs that foreign investors want, then they're not going to bring their money in. Money, like I always say, knows no emotions.
Mr. Ugo Dre.
Ugo, I have to ask, because we're pressed for time. It's about, the reported progress with Nigeria's economy, specifically with our debt, servicing. He said that, the presidency said that, the debt servicing has reduced drastically from 97% to 68%. And that's very intriguing, given that the exchange rate has changed within the last 1 year. So if we were doing that 97% from last administration to this administration, that the naira to dollar is over 1,000 naira at 68%, it begs to ask the question, how did that figure reduce to 68%? And I would like for you to answer that, because I know this is going to take a very extensive answer from you. And if there's any way that you can answer this in a very short period of time, because we're going in for a break.
All right, so just quickly, I don't think it's that complicated. What he was speaking to was debt service to revenue ratio. And if you all recall, during the Buhari administration, we had debt service to revenue ratios of over 90%. So essentially, the amount of debt that we're servicing, not the total debt, the amount of debt that is due to be repaid divided by the total revenue of the government. I think it's pretty clear that revenue of the government has increased over the last 1 year, mostly because of the savings from fuel subsidy removal. And so when you account for that, I think that is why you've seen debt service to revenue ratio improve over the period. But nevertheless, it's high at over 60%.
Well, Ugo Dre, I want to say thank you, Ugo Obichukwu. He is the founder and CEO Nairametrics, and he joined us today to look at the economical implications of the presidency's speech regarding the economy and our recovering economy. Again, Ugo, many thanks for doing this with us. We appreciate you for coming on. We'll go on a short break, and we come back more on here. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. And whilst Nigerians are calling for an end to bad governance, our champions Olympics in Paris, France, and they are doing their best to get us at least one medal. It's, of course, the hashtag End Bad Governance here, protest live coverage here inside of our studios from the the commercial hub of Nigeria, Lagos State. My name is Judith Atibi, but we want to switch gears from our live coverage of the End Bad Governance protest now to France, where we have Yemi Galadima, the managing editor of makingofchamps.com. She's a stand de France in Paris, and she wants to give us a bit of update from makingofchampions.com, I beg your pardon. She's the managing editor, makingofchampions.com, Stade de France in Paris, and she joins us live via video chat today to give us a bit of update on our athletes and all of our stars, our champions at the Olympics for Paris 2024. Well, Yemi, thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate you for doing this with us.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me on the show this morning.
Yes, indeed. Well, first of all, it looks really lovely where you're at. Can you give a bit of an update with our Nigerian stars and what's the latest with them?
Okay, I'm here at Stade de France. Athletics is taking place. It's day 4 of athletics here at the Olympics, and we have quite a number of Nigerians competing today. We have Favor Fili, who's competing in the 200 meters. He's stopping in about 20 minutes, and of course, Favor as well, the household game, you know, I bet you on what I'm being except on the 100 meters, so to 20 runs the 200 today. And then we have 2 of our male athletes competing in the men's 100 meters semi later this evening, Ola Ajayi, and then Favor as well. And Shadi Olato is competing as a women's hammer for 9 rounds right now here this morning as well, so we hope to qualify to the final. And we have a cycling event as well. The Nigerian athletes essay competing in the cycling event today.
All right. Now, we understand that our superstar, Toby Amuson, is she going to be competing today or is it tomorrow? Which is it?
No. So this event has been pushed towards the end, like a day to the end of the competition. That's about the 10th of August is going to be competing. So we have to wait until then to see who will compete.
And how's the team been like? You know, it's we've been looking at the tables, and it looks like USA, China, Australia, and even France have been on the leaders of the table. Has any African nation sort of done well besides South Africa in just getting medals?
Yeah, you mentioned South Africa in swimming. So for now, I think they are the leading African nation. But Uganda also won a gold medal in the men's 10,000 meters. From the Cheptegei in Uganda, the Olympic record. So that's also good. But in track and field, we expect to actually a lot of medals. So the men's 100 meters semi-final taking place to have at least 11 African men, you know, competing in that event. And we really have couples there, you know, people like Sebogo from Botswana, Ferdinand Omayala of Kenya, and quite a number of people too. And I think for Nigeria as well, we're looking at the wrestling event, hopefully which starts in a couple of days from now. And we have huge medal there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have to ask, back home for Nigeria, Favor Ofili, she was pulled out from the 100 meters, and now I understand that she's getting ready for the 200 meters, which is about to start soon. Can you give us a bit of update on that?
Yeah, so Favor will be running 200 meters, and she looks to be in a pretty good heat. We expect that she should be able to win her heat here and then advance to the semis and final, you know, because the 200 is actually Favor's, well, it's been considered a stronger event. She has prepared for the 100 in particular this year. But then she's going to run the 200 meters, and we expect that she's going to do quite well. And I'm going to speak to her after the race, you know, to just get her thoughts on all that has happened so far. But we're hoping that she'll be able to move forward. She's a very strong leg indeed for the women's 4x1 as well. And we have a pretty decent team, you know, in the women's 4x1. So we're hoping that she'll be able to do well in both the 200 meters and the women's 4x1.
Well, we want to say thank you so much, Yemi. We appreciate you for doing this with us, and we'll all join our cheer in, you know, cheering our champions. So at least give us, even if it's a bronze, I beg, they should bring us something. But Yemi, many thanks for doing this. Yemi, we appreciate you for coming on. Yemi Galadima, she's the managing editor, makingchamps.com, and she joined us to give us update on the Paris Olympics, all the way from Stade de France in Paris, France. Again, many thanks. We appreciate you for coming on. Now we switch gears now back to our live coverage of the hashtag #EndBadGovernance nationwide protest for day 4 here in our studios. Now, we're giving you some live feeds. It's from Ojota there, where you can see the protesters are beginning to gather for day 4 of the protest. We also have our security agencies that are on standby there, just observing and waiting. We wait to see if the momentum will pick up again for another day, for day 2, although the president has addressed the nation. We'll wait to see what that would turn out to be for today. We'll also patch you up with all of our reporters and correspondents who are on standby across, the major cities in the country, from Abuja as well to Delta and down to the northern part of the country. But those scenes there is from Ojota, one of the designated point for the protest assembly here for day 2 of the hashtag End Bad Governance protest. Let's switch back to the studio as we continue our conversation and analysis on the presidency speech. We understand that the president addressed the nation today at 7 a.m. If you missed the speech, there's going to be a repeat of that on all of the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. That's Nigeria Television Broadcasting Corporation, as well as FRCN.
Okay then, now back in the studio with us we have a guest, and also one via video chat. We want to welcome Omolaye Sowore, who is going to be joining us via video chat. Good morning, sir. Welcome on the show here today again. And in the studio here with us we have Baribo Rhodes Vevor, who was with us on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken, myself and yourself, Judith. Gentlemen, you're welcome on the show here today.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you guys here. So it's day 4 already, and we don't know what to expect, as we can see some live coverage from before. We saw people gathering already coming.
Thank you for joining. Oh, sorry.
Well, we apologize for that
sorry
glitch
about
with
that.
our audio.
That must have been Sowore trying to give us some information, but we'll get back to that, sir. But I was welcoming you gentlemen on, and we're seeing day 4. We've also seen day 4 start with the president's address. We've had a couple of, well, let's say, sentiments in from protesters, and we also had the SSA to the governor of Ondo State here with us from earlier, if you saw Mr. Olufemi join us in conversation. So now we have very interesting takes on the president's address from our guests, from the protests and all. I always want to start by asking the guests what they thought about the address from the start. So, Mr. Vivor, if you do not mind, if you can tell us what you thought about the president's address, and then Mr. Sowore will come to you next, and you'll give us your initial thoughts on that. Mr. Vivor, please.
Yes, so to my mind, the president's speech was extremely disappointing, and I'll tell you why. It was disappointing because this government had about a month's notice to prepare some kind of response, or to actually really get to the pulse, feel the pulse of the people. And this protest had been climaxing, has been building up for a very long time, because people have been expressing the hardship that they are dealing with. I mean, from the point where President Bola Tinubu drove to Lagos Island and the famous Egbin Power chant was heard, it had been building up, and people from market women all across all strata of society have been complaining about the hardship that Nigerians are facing. Now, the president also had the advantage of seeing what happened in Kenya and the steps that Ruto, the president, had taken, which was to come out and say he understands the suffering that people are going through. He's cutting down government expenditure, cutting down expenses, First Lady's office, removing funding from that, to show that they are also feeling the pinch. They are also showing empathy. You see, there is a misconception that because someone says, I feel bad about something, means that they are empathetic. No, empathy is also action, right? You understand what somebody is feeling, and you take action to mitigate that, or at least to show that you are brothers in arms through that struggle. And that was not seen. So now, the speech itself had quite a bit of propaganda. You had situations where they were almost labeling the yearnings of Nigerians as being sponsored by politicians or sponsored by hawks. You also had a situation where they were speaking about increase in oil production, when talking about 1.6 billion barrels, when really we're barely doing 1.2 billion. Talking about investments in the oil industry, when we know for a fact that IOCs are pulling out and investing in other parts of Africa. talking about increase in minimum wage as some sort of achievement, when the fact is that minimum wage can barely buy a bag of rice. Minimum wage, as low as it was under Goodluck Jonathan, was at least able to buy a bag of rice. Talking about the huge revenue that has accrued to government, but what value is that money? If I got $1 and I had 160 naira, and now I have $1 and I have 1,600 naira, does that mean I generally have more money when really I cannot use that money to buy things in the market? So there are a number of things, but really the most disappointing thing was that the president did not talk about how they are going to cut down government expenditure, cut down expenses, and spend our Commonwealth in a way that is more beneficial to the people. And that has been the main problem that has driven this, because in the midst of so much hunger, people are hearing that 21 billion is being spent on a house for a vice president, or monies are being spent for private jets and things like that.
So in your view, it's a lack of empathy regarding
Yes.
this. Mr. Showore, let's come to you and get your first thoughts on the president's address from this morning, please, if you will.
Good morning once again, and I've been privy to this speech several hours before Nigerians got to listen to it, and I wasn't expecting anything different. The regime is tone deaf, and they are completely disconnected from the reality on the ground with Nigerians. And we have said it, that this is the reason why this climax. Nigerians have been tired of this particular leadership that we have after 1 year. Even before now, I had also discussed yesterday with you that when you elect terrible leaders through terrible electoral processes, you don't expect them to be in any way connected with the realities on the ground. You know that while they were claiming that they are open to dialogue and they empathize with Nigerians, they were also killing people in Kano as of yesterday. They have arrested activists in Yobe. They were arrested organizers in Kano, Kaduna, and also in Abuja. Yesterday, one of our organizers are still languishing in police detention. And they have, in Abuja, gone and attacked peaceful protesters at the place that they themselves designated to be the place for engagement with the public. So there was nothing different that was going to come out of this. They have nothing to offer you. So sometimes we ask for too much when we know that they have nothing or little or nothing to give. And what you saw happened in the speech yesterday, which I didn't have to bother to listen to, is just loads of crapula. You know, there's nothing in it. There was no design or desire on their part to connect with the issues. We have 15 demands. None of it was addressed, and it includes talking about subsidy. Yesterday, Tinubu merely reaffirmed his position that no matter what you do, he's not going to do anything about your condition. The socioeconomic condition that has brought total hardship on the people. And so the good news is that he has helped to mobilize for the next round of action. And you see that Nigerians went back to the barricades today in Lagos. We're showing live feed from there. Tomorrow, which coincides with our 50th anniversary of revolution now, we're mobilizing across Nigeria and beyond for resumption of massive action across Nigeria. And we hope those who are watching and listening will go and stock up food. We encourage workers not to bother to go to work, and for transporters to stay away from the highways. We want the roads to be abandoned. We want the system to be shut down such that they will understand that Nigerians are the real owners of the country and not those in Abuja who have no idea what is going on there. And you can understand, you know, if you have a country where people are hungry and the solution to food security is for the president's wife to come out and say that they have a garden at the back of their house, and that's where they grow tomato and the way, you know, these guys are just not serious.
Mr. Moyole,
That's my yes.
Mr. Moyole, there are two things I've taken out from this. The first one is you have just called for a standstill, a total shutdown of the nation. You have said that the roads should be empty, Nigerians should stay at home, and they shouldn't go to the offices, and also told them to go stock up for tomorrow. What is to come tomorrow? And don't you think that this will be taking, the government might take this as a threat? That's the first question. And might I also ask, you just mentioned that you had access to the speech hours before it was transmitted. Hours before it was transmitted. You posted that on social media about 8 to 9 hours before Mr. President went live with the speech. So I have to ask, how did you get the speech? Because you're not part of the government, you're not part of his cabinet or even his publicity team. So how did you get information to get the entirety of the speech and post on social media?
Yeah, for one reason, information is power. If you are fighting power,
Mr. Ashore, before you give your answer, please, just I beg your pardon, but we want to go live to the live feed there at Ojota to hear what is being said there. Just give us a second and we'll be back to you, please.
Are they telling us to go out of
Wait, do you know what do you know what I want to do? I want to bring the area commander now. Let him address you.
I'm one of the key leaders of this protest.
Okay, sir.
All right?
Yes, sir.
We are going to have a meeting by 11 o'clock. We don't want to see anybody now. We have had the president. When we have a meeting at 11 o'clock, we will get back to everybody. We'll take our decision.
Before we have our meeting by 11 o'clock.
Yes.
Sir, with all due respect, that's what I know. They are trigger happy. Trigger happy. You understand? I can assure you, no need for point because of Magbalagani. But over in Bombi, I don't want you tear gas. You see everybody with this party, true or false?
Listen to me. I cannot take decision. We are not saying no, let him wait. When we have our meeting, when he says anything, we will now respond to him.
All right, so what you're hearing now is between the protesters and anti-protesters. The man with the cap there, I'm sure is part of the protesters, but the man you saw earlier who was speaking on camera and had his glasses on, the young man, was asking protesters to return home, that the presidency has addressed the nation and that they should hit to his call and to return home and wait until the actions and the reforms and initiative that the president made mention of would start to come to fruition. He also told them that they need to go into dialogue, that the presidency has called for dialogue, and so they should go home. And so the other protesters are replying back and saying they would not go and they would continue as is their constitutional right. We'll bring more information on that as the show progresses when we're able to establish a connection with our correspondent. But in the meantime, Mr. Shore, I must apologize for cutting you there. We wanted to bring that live feed for our viewers. But please go ahead with the question. How were you able to get access to that speech and also your call to Nigerians? Wouldn't that may not be taken as a threat by the Nigerian government?
Well, regarding getting the speech, that's not rocket science. I keep telling you guys I might be a busybody in the journalism world, but I'm a reporter too, so I go out of my way to look for information, advanced information that can help the public, and in this case, help the struggle. So we saw this speech that because we looked for it and we got it, and by the time we got it, we knew they had already recorded this speech that I was given this morning. So that was why we released it so Nigerians can understand that there's nothing to expect from the speech. With regards to tomorrow, it's not a threat. It's a reality that more people are going to be out on the streets. We're just letting you know as more of information that there's no point lying to ourselves that we need to do this once and for all. And typically every year we organize an action for August 5, which was the first time in August of 2019 that we started Revolution Now movement. And that, the one that happened in 2019, I wasn't even part of it. I had been arrested August the 3rd before the protest. So that is what tomorrow is all about. And I want to quickly react to what you're saying on your live feed. You are going to see a lot of infiltration. People who will come and say, let there be peace. They will join the protesters, act as if they are protesters. But these are people that are sent by the government. These are the advanced parties to infiltrate protest grounds. And sometimes to prepare the ground before the government sends people to attack either state actors like the police, DSS, or non-state actors. So what we are saying is one of those typical examples of infiltration of persons who come and prepare the ground for government to attack. And I want to quickly address the issue of dialogue. Nobody is seeking any dialogue with the president of Nigeria or the regime. The requests are very direct. We don't want to create another layer of bureaucracy of people who will be walking in and out of Asorok Villa claiming they're having dialogue. No, the only dialogue you need to have at this point is directly with Nigerian people. In Kenya, because now that we're talking about Kenya, President Ruto initially gave this kind of speech. He was deaf here and was talking about regime change. He said he would deal with Kenyans. When the Kenyans took their job of resistance seriously, he backed down. And he's been entirely humbled ever since then. So we're traveling the same route. You've seen an intransigent president who was threatening people yesterday. And then now you're asking for that. There's nothing to that. You can't want to dialogue with people and you got to kill protesters, peaceful protesters waving leaves in Kano. You can't be arresting people. You can't go to Abuja and be, shooting at journalists. Yesterday you saw images of journalists that have been shot at by the DSS, a combination of DSS and some hoodlums that were transported there. So just to make it very clear, action continues tomorrow across Nigeria. So that's just what we want to let you know from our own end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Showore. I'm going to come back to you to your statement regarding dialogue versus continued protest. But let me first of all take a question with our in-studio guest here, Mr. Vival. Mr. Vival, you've heard what Mr. Showore has said regarding dialogue. The president has come out on day 4 to actually address the nation. Is this time for dialogue? Is it too late? Should it have been done anytime sooner? And what does it portend for the protests going forward after he's addressed some of the demands of the protesters? He's also empathized with the protest, saying that it is your right to protest. You could go ahead and protest, and called for security forces to actually support the protesters. And he has called down, he has told that he is not with the violence that erupted across the country, and he has asked people not to usurp the protest. What do you think, especially regarding dialogue? Is it time now?
From the speech, I don't see a president that has fully understood what the yearnings of the people are. I don't see a president that has addressed the problems that majority of Nigerians across the board have been talking about. I don't see any concessions made in that speech in any way, shape, or form to address the realities of Nigerians living in hunger, penury, high inflation, huge unemployment. I don't see any of that. So I believe that this government still needs, I don't know what they need, because they had notice
Just a second,
about
Mr. Vival. We also have now again some live visuals from Ojota. I would like to hear what the gentleman from before is addressing again here. So let's get the audio on this.
Let me tell them that you are coming.
So we see the unidentified man once again walking away after speaking with the police and then some protesters. We get information that he's still reiterating his stance regarding the protesters, that they should leave since the president has already addressed the nation, and wait until October 1st. And if nothing from what the president has addressed comes to fruition, that the protests should continue then. That's the summation of everything that we got from what he was saying there in Ojota. This is in Lagos State, and it's happening currently right now. Once again, my apologies for breaking your submission there, but I'd like you to get back to that when you were talking about the president's speech, not addressing most of the suffering.
Yes, the speech also did not have any timelines, any potential outcomes that we can see in the next few weeks or months. It was just another basket of promises that, you know, don't really have any flesh or timelines we can hold the president onto, which is what will give hope or restore hope to people. So in terms of dialogue, it's just like the example that Mr. Shore highlighted. You see what happened in Kenya. All right.
Once again, I have to break you there. I'm so sorry. Let's take this audio from the police representative here.
Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief has addressed the nation. He has addressed the nation, and that you requested for that. Now that you've been addressed, I will suggest and advise that you go home now. We have treated you as friends, as brothers, as our children. We have followed you quietly. We have been so lawful in what we have done with you. Now, I want to plead with you all to go home now. The reason is that you've been addressed.
But sir, can you tell us what the president told us?
Okay, that is the more reason why you have to go home. On your TV or radio, you will hear the news. Please, let there be peace. Please, we have been working as friends since we started this program, and now that you are at peace with us, I want to plead with you to go home. Let us enjoy peace. We need peace in Lagos. What happened in some other states, we don't want it to happen in Lagos. Yes. If you know you love Lagos and you love Nigeria, please go home now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir. One please forgive us. Please something, sir. Sir, what you said, sir, really happy for what said. That we really appreciate your police men and women for corporate. Sir, on what is on ground now, in our midst, our leaders, they are having meeting with what you mentioned now with the dialogue. That's why we are here. By 11, you permit us by 12. Without the outcome of the meeting, we will not make any violence, we will not make any. We will be here in peace before, after the meeting. With the outcome of the meeting, we will go. Give us till 12 o'clock. Please, we will be here. Our leaders are doing meeting according to what you are saying now. Give us till 12. We will be here in peace and but we are not doing any violence. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
On that note,
yes, sir.
Your leaders addressed us, and they promised us that the issues have been taken care of and that they will advise you to go home. It's on that premise that we're asking that you should please go home now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and God bless you all.
Sir, on that, our leader,
An address there by the police representative at Ojota. We could only get his name from his uniform there as PA Okafo, and addressing the protesters, asking them to go home since the president has addressed the nation and that they should wait for the outcome after. Asking protesters to turn on their TVs and radios to see exactly what the news is from the president's address. Also, we had some representative of the protesters out there ask that they be given up until 12 noon today to make sure that they have a word from the dialogue between the Congress for protesters and the presidency on what might continue on today. P.A. Okafo is the, if I'm getting this correctly, Paul Okafo. He is the Assistant Commissioner of Police, and there he was addressing the Ojota protesters. Let me, if you don't mind, Mr. Bible, let me ask Mr. Showore what he thought of that address by the PA. Mr. Showore, please, what's your take on what we just saw on television right now?
we have nothing to do with the police telling us how to conduct ourselves. This is not the police strike. It's not policemen that are protesting. It's Nigerians who are tired and sick of the system of oppression, corruption, the poverty in the land, hunger, starvation, and insecurity. Those are the people protesting, not the police. The police have no right, and they know that, to tell people when to come to protest and when to leave. Their job is to stand by and protect the protesters and society. That's all their job. So they are, and you can hear him speaking arrogantly that they have been lawful so far, as if to tell us that they will start acting unlawfully. So that we take as a threat. But having said that, this is not a protest that concerns Lagos alone. It's happening nationwide. And as I've told you, today there's going to be some lull in activities because we're preparing for tomorrow. And a lot of meetings are holding, mobilizations are holding across the country regarding how this will fully resume tomorrow, Monday, August 5. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't know. The people who claim that that you saw, especially the guy in glasses, like I said, these are guys who infiltrate protests, try to present themselves as representatives of the protest, but they don't have anything to do with it. It is just like those people who they put together and were claiming on TV. I was here last Sunday when we brought a university student who said they pulled out of the protest. These guys were never part of the planning and implementation of the ongoing uprising. I don't want to call it a protest anymore. So there's nothing to address. We're planning for how to deal with the current socio-political situation in Nigeria that is stifling and crippling people. It's existential in nature. People are dying, and the government, in responding to this peaceful challenge, have come out and killed more people. And we want to make it very clear, because they were saying that the police said the president has addressed Nigerians. Nobody planned a protest for a whole month or beyond, only to come and be addressed. We didn't plan this protest to listen to a boring presidential address. We planned it to address fundamental issues that we have submitted to the public, and none of those issues have been addressed, not a single one of them. And now we've added one more demand to it, which is that he must release all the persons detained across the country. Arrest all those policemen who were involved in killing DSS policemen in Kano, in Gombe, and wherever they kill people, and compensate everybody who had been killed, and investigate the reason why the police had to act this way. And most importantly, Monday in Abuja, people are going to go to the Eagle Square and call for the removal of the Minister of FCT, the Commissioner of Police there, and that's by Bennett Igwe and Nyesom Wike. And we ask that the current IG of police be put on retirement. He should go on early retirement. He's supposed to retire on September 4, 2024, but I think it's time for him to retire one month early, because these guys are clueless about security, and also for them to finally also retire the DG of DSS. Let me say this, just like in Kenya, this might change tone very quickly now that we understand that they have no intention or interest to address the issues that have been presented before the Nigerian public. Not a threat, it's the truth.
Now, let me come to you, Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Vival, and I have to ask, right, dialogue, no dialogue, government, protesters, governance, constituency. There's one similar thing that is there, and that is the center. Mm-hmm. The center is the presidency. Mm-hmm. And our government and our people, or rather, and the way that our democracy is designed, is that all eyes are towards the center. But when you look at some of the demands that are on there, and also when you look at the presidency's speech, the other ministries will have to take responsibility. The other, governors as well will have to come out and take responsibility. Local government council chairmen will have to come out and take responsibility. But we haven't seen stakeholders make a stance as well, or even dialogue. Why is that?
Well, I feel that that's an indictment on the presidency itself, because...
See, back to the center.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to remove the center from this, because everything is presidency.
Yes, let me explain why. Because most of these issues that people are dealing with, whether it's inflation, whether it is the value of our currency, whether it is the removal of subsidy, these are not done by state governors or local government chairmen. And the decision from the presidency then ripples down to the ground. While the president in the speech talked about how huge amounts of money are being given to state governors and local governments, I still say, what is the value of that money? Huge nominal values that cannot buy bags of rice or cannot allow for... I mean, a tuber of yam now is about 5,000 naira.
No, you're wrong. It's 10,000.
10,000.
I know this because Madame went to the market yesterday.
Thank you. So I was being conservative. And these are prices that are changing consistently, right? So you say you have given somebody, instead of 10,000 naira, 50,000 naira, but then they are going to buy a tuber of yam for 10,000 naira. So you can't really use that as an excuse. So for me, yes, the presidency must work hand in hand with governors and local government, especially in terms of policy formulation, in terms of implementation of those policies, to ensure that whatever cushions or palliatives that are being done is being done and felt at local government level. And also to ensure that they are not elevating people that are known to compromise the process if genuinely they want to make an impact on the people. For instance, you have a situation where a former state assembly member that was seen hoarding palliatives and rebagging it for her birthday party or whatever has now been made the secretary of a social trust fund. That does not show a government that is serious. And you cannot blame the governor for that. This is the presidency. They've appointed somebody that you have seen appropriate funds for their own selfish benefit, elevated them to now be appropriating, to be potentially distributing funds or in charge of welfare, trying to solve the multidimensional poverty that we have in this country. And this person has showed antecedents of appropriating for themselves. So this goes back to the presidency. Aside that, I feel that from the tone of the speech, from even the speech that was just given by the police, yes, I'm glad that Lagos State has had very peaceful incidences in the past couple of days, but we do not want the peace of a graveyard. People are coming to the street because institutions that are supposed to put in place that are supposed to work for their betterment are not working. That is why they are coming to the street, right? So there are requests, there are requirements, and this cuts across. If this government, this government had a month to plan a response, to be able to look and feel the pulse of the people, but they spend so much time trying to whip up ethnic bigotry, propaganda, trying to associate a tribe with trying to destroy the country or destroy Lagos State. And now they've seen that the reality is something that's being faced by Nigerians all over. So they must respond to that in a way that shows that they are going to tackle expenditures of our Commonwealth in ways that are not reflective of the reality that Nigerians are feeling. You cannot tell a market woman, this is not a beggar, a woman in the market that's selling things, waking up every morning to try and earn a living, that's saying that she cannot eat, she's barely surviving. In that process, telling them that you're buying a private jet worth hundreds of billions. Right? It just shows that the government is out of touch. And they need to address that. They need to address the perception of credibility, earn the trust of the people again, show that the Commonwealth that Nigeria has, is being used to maximize the life of the people.
So, in submission, or rather in summary, no matter how we try to remove the center and try to look at the other stakeholders of government, the center is still to blame. They bear at least
they bear a sizable amount because of the far-reaching consequences of their decision-making, right? Inflation, currency, importation or exportation rules, tariffs that are put on it, foreign direct investment, all of that. You cannot blame a state governor for that. At the same time, the state governor can be blamed when resources are channeled down and those resources are not being used adequately, and ensuring that it goes down to the local government level.
So we heard Mr. Shore, and I was going to come to you on this, and this is also still has some basis on the question I asked from you earlier, which we were unable to finish answering. You were unable to finish answering. Mr. Shore said, this is not the time for dialogue. There's no place for dialogue. He also said that, he also insists that the protests continue. You were answering the question regarding dialogue from before. Do you think that there is a place for dialogue now that the president has addressed the nation, or do you think that we should continue, or do you think that the masses, the youth, should continue with the protest?
That speech that I listened to and read as well does not show a presidency that's ready for dialogue. It just shows something, it's lip service. Even when you listen to the police, it almost sounds like it's a favor to do their job. You know, they're doing you a favor by doing their job. They are supposed to ensure the constitutional rights of people are protected. That is the beginning and end of their...
We must cut you there, Mr. GRV. We apologize, but we're taking it back to Ojota there, where we have one of the protesters speaking to our journalists.
They are just for Thomas and Williams. That's why they want to shake them away. That they know the genuine people. They know the good person. They know the mean person. They know the person that is not good. That's the reason why they are chasing those the bad away. My name is Komenda Shatomola. Yes. CDH Committee for Defense of Human Rights. Yes. Sure, you understand now. Are they supposed to be the one that...
Hey, listen now. The people who organized this have said that we are ready to go now. We are ready to go. We are holding meeting by 11 o'clock on the Zoom meeting. So we'll brief everybody. They are going to the press conference to address the names, everybody on President. I use your idiot. They dragged me away from this. Can you imagine? To avoid any problem, just leave that they have addressed it, and they said everybody should go.
Please, you guys should just go. Please, they are going. So that they will not harass
I'm serious, still like.
Hello, Matthew. You guys should have called a lot earlier. Everything has ended now. Everything's done.
Who is going to give us more information regarding the event that just unfolded now. Bernard, if you can hear me, thank you so much for joining us. Looking good as usual. Can you please go ahead and give us some situational report? What's happening there?
Well, from what I can can see, I think the protest here in Ojota, Lagos is pretty much over, done and dusted, so to speak, or suspended, if you like. Based off of what the president said early this morning, 7 a.m. in the national address, part of the speech he gave, he said that the protest should be suspended pending when there's dialogue between the presidency or the government and the organizers of the protest. And I think because of that is why one of the leaders of the protest came here and made that announcement. He just gave his name as Barrister JP, said he's a legal practitioner, and that if anyone goes against the dictates of the president, the number one citizen of the nation, it can be tagged treasonable felony. And of course, there are sanctions for that, to the highest degree. So he came, gave that address, spoke to the group who were here, and then spoke to the police. However, the group of protesters who were here claim that this gentleman has not exactly been one of them from day one, that they only saw him here yesterday, and now he's come here to give this address. They claim that he may have been a government agent. We cannot authenticate that. But they say he's probably not one of them. Anyway, that doesn't change what he said, which actually is what the president did say, that the protest should be suspended. Having said that, he brought a representative of the police. They also came here and said the same thing. And they advised that all the protesters here should go home based on what the president has said. They also said we should wait till the 1st of October. If the president or the presidency does not implement most of the things that they have promised, or there has been no change, then the protest will come back. The protesters also did say that their own leaders are currently in dialogue with certain persons, maybe government officials. They're currently in dialogue with them, and they pleaded with the police to stay here till 12 when they hope that the dialogue will be over. But the police said everybody should go home. I haven't said that. Now, wrapping this up, there's certain people who also came here from the community. They came and told the protesters to also go home, that they don't want disturbance in their community. The protesters charged them and called them sponsor thugs. They claimed not to be sponsor thugs. We spoke to one of them, and they said they are only clearing the crowd, I beg your pardon, because they see that this crowd is being infiltrated by certain boys who are pickpockets and petty thieves in the area. They don't want any trouble in their vicinity or in their neighborhood. The government has spoken, the police has spoken, and they want everybody to go home. And that's where we are at the moment now. So if you look around, Ojota is pretty much empty. Just a handful of protesters behind. I'll swing around so you can see the number of people who are left. Just a handful of protesters, a few journalists, and then the police who have now gone all the way down to where their vehicles are. At some point, it looked like the police were mobilizing, to take action if the protesters refused to leave peacefully. But apparently, it seems dialogue has worked here. There will be no need for force. This is just the handful of people who are left here in Ojota this morning.
Bernard, please, I wanted you to please confirm the identity of the young man we saw from earlier before with the shades. Is that the Barrister JP that you were referring to in your statement?
Yes, he's the one, the tall gentleman with dark shades who was addressing the crowd and addressing the police. We also spoke to him on camera. He simply identified himself as Barrister JP. He says he's a legal practitioner and he knows what the law states. Going against the orders of the president could be tagged treasonable felony, punishable by the highest, the highest punishments in the land. And so he came and said that it will be wise for everybody to peacefully disperse. However, the protesters said that he is not one of them. Now, we have one of the representatives of the civil society groups who has also been marching here, Comrade Aisha, I believe. Yes. All right, please come closer. We are live. I would like you to state what exactly happened and what your advice to the crowd was earlier in 1 minute.
Okay, now that we are seeing now, we heard news from President Tinubu this morning that we are still here today from most of our leaders, because we should be here this morning, we should be doing our protest in between the time that most of our leaders will go and do dialogue meeting, because Tinubu have called of meeting now. Then they are with them. They will start the meeting by 11 o'clock this morning. There's no up to 11. Then the policemen come and address us that the president has spoken, that we should go home. They will do dialogue, that they are just giving us privilege, that we do it peacefully. That's why they are still here. Then they are now urging us that we should go. Then I told the policemen that we are not saying we are not going, but you give us some time till 12 o'clock. Thank God that you even mentioned that President Tinubu has made a dialogue. Then among of our leaders are with them. Then they are starting the meeting by 11 o'clock. You give us time till 12 o'clock. We'll be here. Then after that, the outcome of the meeting will decide whether we will go or not. Then those the boys that challenge us that we should be going, we should be going. I want to go and meet them. Now, why is the meaning of this? You are a father, you know the meaning reason why you are here. He now told me that they signify that some boys, which is Williams and Thugs, that they are in between our midst. Then they have seen that some leaders that they have go. Then the person that they call is not a part of the leader. He just joined us yesterday. He cannot decide for people, sorry. Then I now address the man. The man now said that because the reason why they come around, they see some of the leaders that they have go. That is why they now change us, because they have seen some guys, Williams and Toss, to not be hijack it and be bring people. Because if that thing happen, they will say that it's Ojota boys. Ojota.
All right. Thank you very much. Just before I throw back to you, Mazino, there's one more person I'd like to take who clearly stated that Barrister JP is not or was not one of those who convened this particular protest. He's not one of the conveners, and that what he was saying was his personal opinion. Good morning. We'd like you to tell us who you are first of all, and then in 2 minutes we'll have this conversation.
My name is Opeyemi Folari. I represent the Take It Back movement. You're one of the organizers. Okay. Thank you very much.
Briefly, you said that we should not go by what Barrister JP has got himself said. Why do you say we should not go by what he said? And who is he representing? Is he not representing the group? He seemed to have been speaking on behalf of the group.
As far as I'm concerned, he was expressing his personal opinion, which is free to do, of course. Opinions are free, of course, and he doesn't represent any group here. We are protesting here, and we don't recognize him here. So I don't know. Probably he was sent here to create friction among us here. And his statement is just his personal opinion. Thank you.
So now, what is going to happen? Now he has said that on behalf of the crowd, on behalf of the protesters, everybody should go home based on what the police have said and what the president has said. What are you saying?
Yes. Okay. Let me speak to the presidential speech earlier this morning. I think for me, on a personal note, it was underwhelming as far as I'm concerned. The president missed a golden opportunity to connect with Nigeria, to speak to the pains, the agony, and our plight. He missed that opportunity. What he was doing more or less was just really long campaign promises. And most of the data, most of the statistics was showing out today does not conform with our reality. So we don't identify with this narrative this morning as far as I'm concerned. The demands are still there. He failed to even speak to the demands and even make concession. Yet he said he's opening a dialogue. Did he dialogue with us when he announced no more subsidy? That's the question you need to ask. And also you are right here also when the government sponsored talk came from the other end. When in the front of the policemen, they failed to protect us here, right here. Are they working together? That's the question we need to ask. That's why we repeated assurances by CP Adegoke Fayode that will be secure here. But and the police, we are looking why these guys unleash me. I have to run for safety, just right behind the barricade.
Thank you very much.
Just give me something.
Mazino, that's the situation on the ground. Police officers are here. Again, they remain adamant that everybody should leave the area. They have spoken and told the protesters to leave this vicinity based on the dictates of the president. That's the situation on the ground.
Thank you very much, Bernard. Thank you for your hard work there at Ojota. Here in Lagos, we've just seen visuals and also experience from things happening there regarding the security agencies and, of course, the protesters. Let's go on a quick break. We still have our guests online and in the studio here with us discussing the End Bad Governance protests across Nigeria. We'll be back after this short break. Welcome back. Still live coverage here of the End Bad Governance protests rocking Nigeria across the nation. And since 7 a.m. this morning, right after the president's address, we've brought you many guests, some protesters and also some from the government, as we had the SSA to the Ondo State government here with us, Mr. Olufemi
Lawson.
Yes, we had him with us here. Would you please remind me his last name?
Yes, of course, Mr. Femi Lawson. He's
Yes,
the SSA Public Enlightenment to the Ondo State government. Now, we are going to switch gears back to our conversation inside the studio. We have with us Mr. Gbadebo Rhodes Viver, who is the past governorship candidate for the Labour Party for Lagos State, plus a Labour Party member. And also joining us live via video chat is Mr. Omoyele Sowore. He's an activist and politician. And Mr. Omoyele, we're pressed for time as well as you, Mr. Gbadebo. We've seen the visuals from what we just saw before the break, protesters versus anti-protesters, a man impersonating himself, saying that he's a member of the organizers of the protesters, Mr. JP, a legal practitioner. I've also seen the policemen ask them to leave as the president has addressed the nation. And so it's been a back and forth as they wait for the organizers of the protesters to converge and then come back at 12 noon. I'm going to ask for your final submissions. Given what's happening currently at Ojota, as we can see the visuals there, giving the presidency's address, and Mr. Sowore, you saying that there is no place for dialogue, revolution is now. We want the change now. Your take, and then I'll come to Mr. Gbadebo when we round up the show, please.
I think I've spoken extensively about this. I've discussed with you that there's no room for compromise. All those actors you saw on your live stream, people who were sent there by the government to create confusion and to create an impression that they're representing us. There are some of them also who are now asking that they need 4 billion naira to execute the protests. We're not part of them. We are going to see a lot of actors during this period, but continue to listen to genuine protest organizers and the Nigerian people. Like we keep saying, the reason why this protest has been sustained is not because of money. Nobody's funding it, nobody's sponsoring it. It's been sponsored by hungry people. And that's why you can't take this down with seats. So there's no point dwelling on what has already been established. Tomorrow, you are going to see more action. Today was designed to be a limited edition part of the protest. Anyways, people are going to be in church. And if you are watching this and listening to us, if you go to church today or you're in church or you've been to church and back, just know that God just answered Tinubu's prayer. He also asked for a revolution and it's here now on his doorsteps.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sowore.
And to you, Mr. Gbadebo.
I want to say the president's fundamental, most basic expectation of our president is to protect the constitutional rights of Nigerians. So the idea that the president said something and in breaching your own constitutional rights, you are somehow treasonous, that is completely wrong. And I need to say that for the record. Secondly, you cannot have a situation where people have not yet felt a connection between you as the president and their yearnings and the issues that they are dealing with. And I expect that just because you've addressed them, they will go home. That's not realistic. The government for so long, I mean, you look at all the scenes that we've seen on TV, people coming out, infiltrating. We had protesters that came out to protest against this protest that was supposed to happen. You never saw any of this infiltration. You never saw any of this violence. We had a situation where people did occupy Nigeria at the same Ojota, huge, massive crowd. The state was grounded. But you never saw this type of intimidation or violence, this kind of thing. So I think that the president must, and the people around him, have to start telling themselves the truth, have to start understanding the realities that's facing a lot of Nigerians and genuinely address that. The time of just giving a speech and telling people to go back home as though they were, I don't know, dogs, that time has come and gone. people are suffering, and this is cutting across every strata. Even the rich also cry at this point. Businesses are being shut down. People are having to lay off workers because they just cannot afford payroll. And the market woman that's industrious, waking up in the morning to go to work, she cannot feed her children. You're seeing, and this is not tribal, you're seeing Yoruba people coming out to talk about this hardship. You're seeing people in the north coming out. You're seeing people all across Nigeria. The government must understand that this is a reality. They must stop trying to cloud their judgment with these fictitious ideas that politicians are sponsoring this. And then also they need to tame themselves. You have people like Akpabio talking about, people should go out and protest, you'll be eating at home. You have Dapo Abiodun talking about Nigerians are sore losers. They need to start to show empathy, to truly understand that the woman that is in the market somewhere in Ibadan does not have any tie to any political party. She's coming out to address the plight of her people. Fathers that cannot pay school fees, they're coming out to do the same. And then the government needs to act on that and actually profess solutions. And solutions that also show that they are cutting their coat. It cannot always be the people that are always having to tighten their belt.
Well, Mr. Gwadebo, I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Mr. Gwadebo Rhodes Vival, he is the former governorship candidate for Lagos State for Labour Party. He's also a member of the Labour Party. We also had Mr. Omoyele Sowore, who is an activist and politician, and both of them had been joining us to give their opinions on analyzing President Tinubu's address to the nation, plus day 4 of the nationwide protest. We'll take a short break on our live coverage, and when we come back on the other side, we have more guests and more analysis. Stay right here. Good morning and welcome back to our special coverage of the hashtag #EndBadGovernance protest sweeping across Nigeria. And a citizens' rally for significant reforms and the supporter lack thereof from Nigerian entertainers and celebrities. It has become a vocal point of public discourse. Where are the celebrities? Where are the entertainers? These influential figures have the power to shape opinions and amplify the movement message. And so, where are they? And so, to have this conversation with us, we are joined by guests in the studio.
Yeah, let me introduce our guests here. We have Ezugo Chukwudi, whom most of you know as Husband Material. How many yards? We'll find out. He's a broadcaster, digital content creator, and a prominent voice in the social media space. He will help us explore the role of celebrities in these protests and their impact on public sentiment. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And we also have Temitome Maberu. He's also a very vocal person when it comes to the protests so far. We've seen pictures of him at certain grounds here in Lagos, and we welcome you both to the studio here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on.
It's a pleasure.
I have to start with the both of you and say that, first of all, I've seen you on the front lines. Well done, Husband Material. We still need to ask, how many years is this material? But most importantly is the observation regarding the involvement of Nigerian celebrities. We've seen the African giant, Burna Boy, remove himself from the entirety of the movement, and he has been dragged, on social media for that removement. We've also seen Thames, who didn't premiere her music video in support of, the protest that is currently ongoing. But what's your take on, this lack thereof or the involvement of celebrities?
So I think, with the advent of social media and certain persons becoming very popular, people look up to them for inspiration and hope that they can maybe chart a path and help form their opinions. But the truth is, whether you like it or not, as citizens who bear the brunt of whatever policies or the failure of government, we as a people must play active role and not wait for certain people to tell us what exactly to do. I understand that you might have these people say, this is what is right. But in fairness, do they know any better? So what I encourage people to do is, if you consider yourself to be a citizen that contributes their quota to nation building and national development, you must, on your own part, convince yourself that you are a stakeholder in the process. And in trying to learn more and actively follow trends in the political space, you can make informed choices on your own. You don't need one person to say, because this is what I feel is right, you think that is what is right. You are a citizen also. You're influenced or you are affected by, the policies of government or certain things that government failed to do. So it is important that as a citizen, you play an active role and not wait for one person. So if, for example, Burna Boy says because of his experience in 2020, he's no longer interested. Outsiders, you say no, they are not interested also. And you can tell that to a considerable degree. Some of these people are insulated from what the average Nigerian feels. So if as a citizen, you are looking up to somebody to tell you this is what you should do, then whatever you see, I think that's your business.
Mr. Temitope, let me come to you and let me ask this question regarding the front lines, like Judith put it. This year's protest, the End Bad Governance protest, and I don't know if you were present at the End SARS protest from 2020.
I was.
You were?
Right? Yeah, I was. Actually, I was arrested.
You were arrested?
We were not in Lagos. I was in Osun State then, so I was arrested.
Okay, so you were there. Now, if you take a look at the participation by celebrities from that protest and then this protest, would you say that there's a difference? Are there more? Are they less? And then I'll come to a question on responsibility, which I'll direct to you for after.
In fact, I can't wait to jump into the question of responsibility. And I think it's quite unfortunate that every now and then we try to hide, like we try to cover up, the truth, the reality that confronts us. The fact is that if you are a celebrity in this society, the duty and the responsibility that, produce your emergence demands from you to be outspoken on the question on, the social conditions of our people. You cannot chicken out. Or you cannot say that because you're a celebrity that you want to sit on the fence of this issue. And there should not be any apologies about the fact that the mass of our people are demanding from these people to, to come up publicly and, contribute to the discussion. There shouldn't be any apologies about that. And I think that's why we must condemn, the recent, position of Burna Boy. The point is that when we go back to traditional African society, who are the celebrities? These are artists. And artists in traditional African society are articulators of the social conditions of the people. Be it in traditional Yoruba society, be it in traditional Igbo society. Those that we call celebrities today once existed in traditional African societies, and they are the articulators of the social conditions of our people. And you find them in our folklores, you find them as articulators, as the dealers in our folklores, our folk songs, our folk dance, and all of these things. So if we now have people that position themselves in the place of, quote-unquote, the celebrity. Do you know what we are calling them on our protest grounds? We are calling them celebrities. Because that's the reality. Thoughts and practices are nothing close to their own understanding. Because this is it. Burna Boy came out publicly to say that he had never collected any dime from any politician. That's a fat lie. And that is why we must tell our people that, prevent yourself from following these people, hook, line, and sinker, to the point that, you have to surrender your understanding of your society to this element. They don't know any better. It's quite correct about that. Sorry, but it's not correct.
Did you just say perhaps or insinuate that Burna Boy might have been the recipient of any form of
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm saying this within the context of the fact that when you attend international, most festivals, these elements have attended in this country. Most festivals that are responsible, musical festivals, that are responsible for their upliftment, that are responsible for their emergence, are festivals that are being organized, quote and unquote, by members of the political class. So directly or indirectly, they are beneficiaries of members of the political class. You cannot separate these so-called celebrities, you cannot celebrate
These
them.
Are very
no, I'm saying that. No, you see, we must put things in proper context. You attend international festivals. Let me just finish this. Let me finish on this note.
Let's hang on. Let's hang on a second. We need to fact-check things.
Yes, but...
Hang on.
Yeah.
We need to fact-check things. If you are saying that Burna Boy benefits...
They attend national festivals.
Now, if they benefit...
The state, Port Harcourt government... Apologies.
If you are saying that they benefit from the politicians, don't just put a blanket statement, because we have to fact check. So I need you to be more specific.
Okay.
All right? Start with...
River State government, the previous River State government, under the leadership of... did organize concerts, musical concerts, at which Burna Boy did attend. Now, that's just an example, an instance.
Did he get paid to be at these concerts?
Of course.
And so he got paid for a service that he...
But this is it. This is it. What were the forces that led to his emergence in the first instance? You cannot separate their emergence. You see, when you look at the artists in the Western society, you would understand that, the fact that stardom is the leeway to stardom is being given by members of the political class. There is a paternal relationship. Because when you attend their festivals, they pay you. You might say, from an ideological point of view, that it is your service. Yeah. But for us, in traditional African society, an artist has limits. You either choose a place, you either be with the people or you side with members of the political class.
Artists?
Fela Kuti was an artist that would never attend any international show from any members of the political class.
Let's pause now. Let's pause on you because you've got such passionate responses to these questions. I don't know, husband, but
so I was going to also say that. I mean, he has mentioned the Abameda. You have people like Pahabat Ogunde. You have Sonny Okosun. You know, Majek Fashek. People who used their art as a form to address societal ills and educate people. I have mentioned here, and I would state emphatically, that a lot of these people that many young people look up to do not even know any better. And so if you're entirely dependent on a tweet or a post by this person to make your own choice, you're on a long thing. It's really very simple. Ask yourself, how do a lot of people become, you know, celebrated people in Nigeria today, especially on the social media space? It's the numbers. And you can even work on these numbers. Get bots. You can buy these numbers. So because somebody has 2 million followers, you think that person knows all. It's not true. And it's important that, you know, when we look at issues now, we look at precedents and understand why, at this point, there are certain things that we should not do. We have seen in the past where people come out with their full chest and endorse maybe a certain policy of government and say, this is the person I support. But in practice, and when we look at how these things play out, it is detrimental to the development of the people. There were people who organized marches for the late General Sani Abacha now in Nigeria. Famous people came out, took the microphone, mounted the podiums, and eulogized him, said all sorts. But if we go back in history and check the impact of that administration, given what is in our history today, a lot of people will look back and not want to do anything with these administrations. That is why I advocate that as Nigerians, do your best to educate yourself. Leave the celebrities alone. Take your choice.
Just a second.
Wait. We cannot leave them alone. They cannot be left alone. When these things are responsible for this society, they cannot be left alone. When these things are wrong, we cannot leave them alone. Their emergencies were subsidized by the youth.
It's not true.
All
Their emergencies.
right,
If the youth are not following them, they wouldn't have risen.
You have to talk to us.
Their emergencies.
Gentlemen.
I mean, why would you say that the Nigerian youth are responsible for Burna Boy? The Nigerian youth are responsible for Davido.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gwe. Chukudi, I was going to ask a question regarding responsibility. Now, responsibility on the part of the celebrities now. If a celebrity has a certain preference and chooses not to exercise that preference on his following, how many people do you have, for instance, on, let's say, Instagram? Yourself?
Nearly 80,000 people.
80,000 people. And you say, okay, I want to shield these people from my preference or whatever it is that I'm thinking about the specific topic. Is that responsibility? If I'm saying I do not want to influence their thinking, let them be the ones to decide. Is that a bad thing to do?
So, no.
If you can answer that shortly, okay. Because I still have some...
If you share your opinion on a subject, so long as the person is an adult and has the right of choice, they can make their choices. Okay. There is nobody on earth, listen, there is nobody on earth that will tell me, because I believe that this is good and I admire and adore you, I will take that, and he has said it. You cannot swallow hook, line, and sinker. So why do we still look up to people who do not even know? You can ask these people the states and capitals of Nigeria. They will fail. They don't know. These people don't even understand issues that we are facing. And these are the people you look up to. Why are you looking up to them?
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this very, very quickly, right? We need to separate something here. I think there's a misconception here. We're talking about support. We're not asking whether the celebrities should come down from LA or from New York or Paris, wherever they are, or from the recording booths to come and join protesters in the studio, or sorry, on the streets. We're not asking them to wax lyricals in the studio. What the question is that what we have seen is a lack of support from the celebrities and from the entertainers. We haven't seen it on their social media. We've not seen it make statements. And the regular faces that would see have removed themselves or seem to have removed themselves from it, right? And that's what we're saying. That's a question we're asking, right? So are you saying, let me ask you, are you saying, Chukudi, that their lack of support should not be a concern for their fans?
Because see, I have told you that some of these people are insulated from the problems. Wait, they are insulated from the problems that the average Nigerian fan that supports them are faced with. So what do they want to tell you? If, for example, somebody is hobnobbing with the high and mighty, and the person shares their plans with them, and the person says, okay, because of this plan that this person has shared with me, I prefer this person as my candidate. Now, you that is the fan that did not get the opportunity to be in the same room with that person, because the person has come out to tell you that this person shared their plan with me, and you say, oh, okay, if the person shared the plan with you and not with me, who also has the right to franchise by exercising your vote, you're going to go with this person and said, when the consequences come, it is your business. And then I have the underlying, my focus here is the fact that if we even take time to listen to these people, do they really know? Do they really know?
Okay,
so why are you waiting for them to influence your decision when you can make your own research and take your own decision?
I'm going to ask you this question, and I want to make a case for Temitope. Burna Boy has performed on the platform of being an African giant who have voiced the struggles of Africans over and over again. He's waxed lyricals, put out albums that are about African struggles, and for one time that they need support, he has not shown that support. There's actually an entire, one of the intros to his music was a voiceover of the Nigerian condition, which was an excerpt of a voice of a BBC documentary, if I'm correct, of the Nigerian condition and the state of Nigeria. Bear that in mind as Temitope replies.
But this is it. Let us also don't forget, and I think that's why we cannot excuse these celebrities. And no one is asking them to articulate for us the solutions. We know the solutions. We are the vanguards of the movement. We know the solutions to the crisis that we are facing. Well, I don't need Davido to sit us down and begin to tell us this. But the point is that you must lend your voice to the social realities and conditions of your people. And this is it. Let me say this. It is true that some of our so-called musicians, I really do not consider, with all apologies, because you cannot go through my playlist and find these guys. I've risen to a point in time where it's about the question of usefulness. Yes. The point is that more often than not, once they've risen to prominence, they take the image and the character of members of the ruling class. That's why recently there's this video that went viral of Zlatan and his boy. People don't really understand that this is a Zlatan that came from grass to grace. You know, you would say that he was in the slum for several years. But the moment that they've risen to prominence, they began to look at us the same way, scornfully, and in the most condescending manner. So why are you expecting that person? Why are you expecting that person to inspire you? I'm not expecting them, but I will condemn them. I will expose them.
Thank you very much for your submission there. But
it is the moment at which you expose their hypocrisy.
Okay.
And I'm not expecting any one of them. They know nothing to educate me. But I must tell you, we must identify that the fact that Burna Boy is an hypocrite. Okay. Davido, because do you know what it takes when you say that you're a giant of Africa, whereas intellectually you do not have what it takes? Fela Kuti, please, these persons are disgracing, please, and they are distorting the correct, authentic necessity of what the African creativity should be about.
Thank you very much, Temitope.
You cannot insult the legacies of Fela Kuti by saying that you are the king of Africa when you are not.
We hear you, Temitope. However, Temitope, now if you're telling or if you're asking that these celebrities share their sentiment, their opinion regarding the protest, I believe that we might be doing so, or you might be doing so with the thought that they are supposed to be, for the protest. What if they are against the protest? Hang on a second, I'm not done. Yeah. And you're also asking them to share these sentiments. What division would that cause? I'm sorry. Do permit me. What division would that cause, not only within their fan base, but to the greater population where people already support certain musicians over the other, and now adding the political sentiments that you want them to express, whether for or against the protest? How does this augur for these celebrities, for their audience, and for the protest in general? And note that people get very passionate about their celebrities.
You see, this is it. You would also understand that some of them, they've taken positions already. Portable came out publicly to say that he cannot fight the government right now because many people don't know. About 2 weeks ago to this time, Portable collected money from Osun State Governor. Ogun State Governor. So it is quite understandable why
Can we prove this?
No, he said it himself.
He said it himself.
This was after he made a video when his car got stuck on a bad road.
Exactly.
So some person in the government took him round some of the roads that were being constructed. And in a video, he said,
Benny.
He even mentioned the amount. And so are you telling me that the 3-point-something million people that follow this person because he has come out to say he is not interested in it, should begin to cry?
This is where the class issue
Don't follow these people.
No, please.
Take your own decision. Take your decision. Your decision should be informed. I can call myself husband material, but it is my wife.
I was making a point.
It is my wife that would agree whether I am husband material or not. Somebody calls himself African giant.
I was making a point. You see, the point is that when you put yourself in the public face, courtesy demands. In fact, the laws of nature demands that you must be responsible for the people. Because the people are responsible for your emergence. You cannot chicken out. If the mass of our people did not solicit these people, they wouldn't have risen to the position at which they rose to today. But let us also identify one thing, that this is the madness that we have in the mainstream, media, really. The mainstream media, raises, put people, really, that do not have any agenda whatsoever on the faces of the people. They subsidize their emergence. The media does this. Members of the political class, members of the economic class, they do this a lot. And the reason why we have all of these so-called British out there, there's a reason. There's a political reason to it. It is to keep the minds of our people in a perpetual state of darkness. Because go to their pages, no content whatsoever. No content on how
Which celebrities have shown support by coming physically to the protests?
Well, not physically yet, but our man, Sheung Anikulapo Kuti, has been sending, indirect solidarities. And I'm of the position that he should join us on Monday at Ojota.
And what if he doesn't?
Oh, no. Our past experiences with Sheung...
I'm just asking.
No, our past experiences with Eleni Sheung Kuti have shown that he had been with us at several instances. So if he chooses not to be with us on Monday, it might be quite understandable. But that is not to tell you that Sheung will not join us.
Can I use that as an example? So like Judith, my able co-host here, has...
No, Sheung, in the case of Sheung, he has history with us.
Yeah, and she noted that celebrities like Burna Boy have spoken for Nigerian struggle from before. And this might have been his own expression of protest. And if now he chooses to stay apart, I mean, hey, why not let him?
Why not let him?
Well, I wouldn't put him in the category of... Well, he had at a point in time articulated the political atmosphere. Yes. But you see, you must understand what the relationship between thought and practices are. You see, why we are identifying these people as hypocrites today is because they do not understand that the best way at which you can understand, you can practicalize your thoughts, is when, you can live up to your thoughts, is when they are being practicalized. The relationship between thought and action. So the point we are making is that if indeed Bonaparte articulated, the economic state of the country in some of his songs, which I do not believe are much in any way, because more often than not, they sing about drugs, they sing about women, they sing about all of these things. That's the reality. That's the reality. Most of their songs that go viral. At least, I really do not, and I don't subscribe to them, but the ones that I'm being forced to hear, because this society is such a backward society, even when you run from all of this backward music, you are still being forced to listen to them, even in the garages and what have you.
But that's not the fault of the society. That's pop culture in and of itself.
No. It is the media. It is the media. Because you have a Sheung Kuti that's releasing good music. Myself, I'm an Afrobeat musician. Yes, we play music, but nobody solicits for us. Because the conventional media is against the truth.
Or is it the people and their consumption, or what they want?
No, it is what you feed the people with.
Okay.
If the opportunity that are given to these so-called musicians are being given to some persons like us in this society also, we'll be able to see the people having an alternative.
What are you telling your followers, your 80,000 followers on Instagram? How many do you have on TikTok? And how many people follow you on YouTube? Because you have a big podcast to follow. What have you done with that community? What have you told them specifically regarding the protest?
So we have, for the longest time, I am somebody who has appeared on several platforms as a broadcaster and on my platform to share insights. I tell you, this is my opinion, and it is coming from years that I have invested in studying and trying to understand, asking critical questions. Good. And I believe if everybody does that, you would not, because somebody labels himself African giant, to say this is the person that should lead from the front. There are people who have shared their thoughts. Mr. Macaroni, Vector the Viper, and other people. But you should...
Wait, gentlemen, we're doing this thing again.
It is hypocritical when you say what you do not live up to.
You have to let him finish so he can land, please. We'll get to you.
Apologies. Sorry, I think your passion has sunk your chair. Apologies, you're a big guy, by the way. A bit higher, please, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. But I was continuing that line of questioning. Now, if you announce to your followers your own sentiment, are you considering the division it will cause within that community as well? And how would you address that division? And note that it might go far beyond your ability to contain.
So let me give this example. If I share to my followers that I had maybe an English breakfast, do you think that would influence the decision? Do you think that would be the major influence for anybody's decision for their breakfast this morning? No. It's essentially going to be their preference and the state of their pockets. So I think we need to stop all the, because I have seen it over and over.
Former President Trump
even with NSAS, even with the 2023 general elections, I have seen this over and over. My friend Nasirul Lawal, Nas boy, shared his thoughts. People were laughing at him on Twitter because people went into his DMs to threaten him. Somebody who is not faceless said anywhere they see him that they were going to kill him.
I'm going to ask this question regarding your fans again, and also this time remind you of President Trump's submission on X, if I'm not, by that time it was Twitter, regarding storming what was it again?
Capitol Hill.
Capitol Hill. And you see what that caused. It caused a bit of a riot with riot police and also arrests from after, and I think some people are still in jail regarding that. Now, that's the power of one person using
the lame duck president, who was still president at the time. Yes. Lame duck at that. He was president at the time. I don't think there's a basis for comparison with somebody who says he's this, he's that on social media.
If you let me land,
I don't think that there's a basis for comparison.
If you let me land, you'll understand. What I'm saying is the responsibility of the one person who has all of these people who have chosen to follow you as a community.
Yes.
What responsibility do you have to these people in order not to cause rancor?
My responsibility is to share my thoughts.
Also to perhaps maybe other people outside.
My responsibility is to share my thoughts from a position of the information available to me and get them to make their choices. You did not cede your powers to me, and it is something that we are failing to understand. We did not cede our powers to these people, whether we voted for or somebody declared the results. There are people who use their resources. There are people who use their resources. There are people who use their resources. There are people who use their resources to improve our lives and better our interests. That is the person I have a business with.
Sorry.
That is the person I have a business with. You are holding somebody who you did not vote for accountable. And after how many years of uninterrupted democratic rule, we are still crying about certain people not expressing their thoughts or telling us what they think.
Sorry, please, let me just say this.
All right, before... okay,
let me just say that
it is
not true that there's no connection between fame and power. There's a correlation between fame and power. You have power...
Now, before I'm going to give... Okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
The point is that there's a correlation. There's a nexus between fame and power. You see, power is just like water. You know, you can drink it, you can use it to bathe, whatever you do with it. That's what power is. Power is indescribable. But what you do with it is the most fundamental thing. You use it well or you use it against the people. And there's a correlation between fame and power. That is why some people have fame and they are able to access most powerful places. That is the reality. So let us do not separate fame from power and influence. And the point must be made that these musicians, these so-called musicians, they have the opportunity to be a living memory in the minds of our people. And I will tell you this, at the protest ground, most protest grounds across this country, the songs the mass of our people have been relating with are songs of the 90s, are songs of the 2000s, songs that are more political, songs that, you know, the African China songs, for instance, the Idris Abdul Karim songs, for instance. In fact, at the protest ground, people have been saying, young people really, that they shouldn't play the Doors and Burna Boy, because they cannot relate it, because those songs do not relate to their social realities and conditions. So all of these musicians, or so-called musicians, or so-called celebrities that we know as a celebrities, we are saying to them that they have the opportunity to become a lasting memory. Yes, ma'am.
But that's capitalism, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Wait, so that's capitalism.
Now we are on the same page.
Hang on. So look, for the sake of balance,
all right.
I'm the press, I'm media, I'm a journalist.
Absolutely.
So for the sake of balance, you cannot blame an artist who's out to make money, to put food on his table, to be able to pay the record label with all of the deals that they have, that they carry around like shackles on their feet. You cannot blame them when the general populace, or the general citizen, and the world at large, at this point in time, which is Afrobeat music, which is now taking a flight of its own. Beats. You know, taking a flight of its own. You cannot say that because, you know, as much as you cannot force them to do social conscious music when they're out to make money.
But what if our history...
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. All of the popular artists, in one way or the other, have made somewhat of a social conscious music. In one way or the other. Wait, hang on.
Please.
As much as African China has sang, Mr. President, he's also sang about love.
Absolutely.
Thank you. As much as Burna Boy has sang social justice songs, he's also sang about love.
Wait,
hang on.
What is wrong when we say social justice song? Do you know what it takes to compose a social justice song? I've never seen any social justice song.
Sorry.
Apologies.
You go to your own television station and start your program with me. I don't like this. But what I'm saying is, you can't force them to do that. And so let us be fair in our submissions. In the case of balance, we gotta fact check.
But this is it.
And this is my job as a moderator.
Oh yes, I understand the fact. But let us also understand that every reality, you know, are product of events. This is not natural. I've just told you that in our history, as traditional African people, those that we call celebrities today are the vanguards and the articulators of the sufferings of the people. They are. So if the situation...
But that's not what the reality is today. So today it's essentially about numbers now.
Wait, please.
It's numbers now.
This is where I'm coming. Today is
essentially about the numbers.
This is where I'm coming.
I will not
This is where I'm coming. If the realities that now confront us now, if the realities that confront us today are different from what it used to be, then it is our duty to change it. And how do we change it? By identifying the hypocritical nature and character of these so-called celebrities. Let us don't say that people should abandon them. Let us say that people should point fingers at them.
Sir, I have a question. Who makes them celebrities?
The people.
Good. Now,
Please. No, please.
I have to finish my question.
Let me take that back. Not the people directly. No, please.
Okay.
As far as mainstream artists are concerned, and I know you are a media person, and you know to this, as far as the mainstream media, conventional media is concerned, all of these so-called celebrities, their emergence are being sponsored by conventional mainstream media.
Okay.
And the media
I hear you on that second response, but let me finish. I must finish my question here.
Like
so
the bloggers, they are the ones that
if you say that in some way, shape or form that the people make the celebrities, then perhaps maybe it's the responsibility of the people on who they choose to be celebrities.
So what you're saying is cancel culture.
Let me just say this, please. I beg of you. Look at this, popular, I wouldn't mention names, but that's popular, Instagram influencers.
Yes.
There was a crisis recently about one of them, because there was a disagreement on you posted my friends, you insulted my friends, and the owner of the page said, I won't post you again. I'm the big boss, I won't post you again because you have insulted my friends. The person I'm talking about is very dark man. The point I'm making is this, that it is not the people. There are so many persons that are in the position of quote-unquote influencer now that have no business in doing so. But it is the media. It is this Insta blogs people. It is this, they make unpopular people that have no content.
Do you agree with that, Chikudi?
I don't. I disagree. I disagree. Because
they make
I can choose
content. They make them popular.
I can choose to view what I want to view. I am not going to go looking for what I have no interest in. It's simple now. Even on cable TV, you have how you can block certain channels. So why are we making excuses when we can make that decision ourselves? I used to hold this opinion in the past, but I have come to the realization that a lot of these people, from my direct conversations with them, do not know any better. So why should I allow you influence the decision of millions of Nigerians when you don't even know? Then let me quickly say this. A lot of the people who claim to be Fela, don't even know anything about the late Fela Anikulapo Kuti. It is because they smoke. That is why they think that they can call themselves Fela.
Please.
That's the truth now. Even Shehu Fela's son has alluded to this statement. No, now listen. Somebody says that I am the new Fela, and you ask the person, wow, you are the new Fela. So what is Fela's position on, for example, welfareism? The person does not know. How are you the new Fela? How are you the new Fela when you don't know this? Well, it is when you see them with, they indulge in all of this. They think that is all what Baba stood for. It is a lie. These people do not know. Why are we looking up?
I was going to say that even Drake, American rapper, likes to see himself as Two-Face. Tupac.
But he's not. He's not.
So whether or not they share the ideals or not, you can inspire somebody enough to want to see yourself as them. Hang on.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask this question, towing on the same line with Merzino. You are saying that they have not come out to support or even to come to the protest grounds and lend their voice with the platform that they have. Chukwudi, you are saying that they have a choice to whether or not to do that at the end. It is their
and you should not even expect. You should not expect them because you should make your own informed choices. Yes.
Wait. And so let me ask you then, can the entire population of Nigeria who are in support of the hashtag End Bad Governance protests from the entirety of this nation not then cancel those
it has started already. They started cancelling, and
because at the end of the day, cancel culture is king.
They've started cancelling Portable, and I'm using this opportunity to call for more cancelling of him. But this is the point. The point must be made.
I'm sorry, Temitope, we have to go to our correspondent who's in Ojota now for a quick update. We are unsure what's happening right now. Maybe he'll be bringing us updates. Bernard, good afternoon. Is it afternoon yet? It's still morning. Good morning. Bernard, please, a quick update from your position there in Ojota, please.
All right, Mazino, good morning again. I mentioned earlier that it is pretty much clear now. All we have here are security operatives doing some kind of having some kind of conversations. No protesters on ground, nobody here, just a group of boys gathered somewhere, I guess still discussing, what has happened. But the major people have left here, except for the security operatives and the journalists. They are moving their trucks one by one. They are having conversations with the Assistant Commissioner of Police, P. Okafor. He's giving some kind of instruction to the officers on ground here. Some police vans have moved out of, the center of attraction, so to speak, which is down Ojota Road, and they are all now concentrated around here. Final conversations, final discussions, and then just maybe most of them will leave. But a few trucks, I believe, will still remain here to ensure that there's security and there's peace and calm within the area. But again, as we mentioned earlier, based on the statement by the president, it's looking like the protest has been suspended from here.
Well, many thanks. You just made a statement there. You said, Ben, I want to say thank you so much for that report. We appreciate you. And then we'll come back to you for more updates as the events unfold there. But again, once again, many thanks. Back in the studio, you said that's not true.
No, the protest has not been suspended in any way.
But there's no one there.
No, but the agreement we had yesterday was that people should go to their various, worship centers, and use this opportunity to sensitize the mass of the people to galvanize more force against tomorrow, which is Monday. And as you can see, most of our people are already going online saying that tomorrow will be more heavier, in the sense that they had expected that the president would address the issues that the mass of our people have been raising for the past few days now. But the president, in his own wisdom, in his own unfortunate wisdom, decided not to. And so that is why the protest continues tomorrow.
All right. Well, we're pressed for time. We'll have to go. We have about 2 minutes to wrap up this segment. So very quickly, I'm going to give both of you a minute. I will not give you a right of reply. So final statements here on the show today.
So I think every Nigerian has that choice to make. And that choice is to educate yourself and do well to consider yourself a stakeholder in the process of nation building and national development. Granted, there are people who are influential that you look up to and expect that if you feel some type of way about an issue, because it affects you directly, you would want them to show empathy in the list. But the truth is, a lot of these people who who assume these big labels and titles do not even know any better than you. Open a book, read, do your research on the history of this country, and begin to make informed choices that you'll be able to beat your chest and say, I am glad I did. I am not, so that you don't start crying in somebody's DMs and say, oh, you told us that this person spoke to you about their plans, so that was why I voted. Does that even make any sense? With all your education? So once you become an adult in this country and you are 18, nobody has the right to tell you this is what you should do. If it is your decision and you are going to live with the consequences, then you should be ready to live with it. Let us stop all this banter about you did not come out, you did not come out. Come out to do what? These people are insulated from your sufferings. Somebody is somewhere in Santorini with their legs crossed, sipping colado, and you are in Nigeria here saying that they should come and do what? Your reality is not the person's expectation. You people are not on the same page. So you should begin to look at yourself and make decisions that would influence your actions as a Nigerian.
Well, let me end up by saying that.
1 minute, please.
Yes, let me end up by saying that it will be unfair on our people to exchange our own level of social consciousness with theirs. I would never think that I'm on the same social consciousness with the generality of our people out there, because this society had failed an army of our people. This society had failed a number of our youth. This society had failed our people in the sense that education had been reduced to the ashes. Our people are not being given natural access to a public education. So when you expect people to know what you know, do you expect Nigerian youth in their numbers?
I don't expect, do your research now. We buy bread in the same place. We buy bread in the same place.
Please.
Do I use social consciousness to buy bread?
Them now.
I buy bread 2-3, you buy bread 2-3, and you are telling me because I know. Do your research and find out yourself.
Husband material, this is not fair.
When you are hungry, you eat.
Husband material.
Let's stop ceding our powers to certain people.
Please let him finish.
That's the way you know vote for you. They tell him, tell you what to do.
Please
Is he aware of the number of out-of-school children that we have in this country?
Very, very aware. I am very aware.
Then it will be wrong for you to then begin to say that you have the ability to exchange your level of consciousness with the people. The people look up to these people, and there's no apologies about that. We've been at the protest grounds for some days now. Young people, young boys, girls walked up to us and said that they've never heard some of the things we have been saying. As of yesterday, a boy nearly wept.
Very quickly,
so the point we're making is that we should not make the mistake of exchanging our own level of consciousness with that of the generality of the masses.
Mr. Temitope Gbaveru,
and we conclude by saying that this society belongs to everybody, and it is our necessity to point out those hypocrites we have in this society.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for spending the last 1 hour and a few with us. It's been a very riveting and passionate on your part delivery on your opinions regarding the influence of celebrities on the End Bad Governance protest. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
We're hoping that you have also enjoyed the past couple of hours, and there have been very many hours. Myself and Judith have put in 1 extra hour from before and another one for after for breakfast extra, which it should have been, but only this time it's still the live coverage of the End Bad Governance protest, which will continue throughout today here on News Central TV.
Oh, yes, indeed. We're passing the baton on to Adebola Adedugba and Lekon Onabanjo, who will start off from 12 noon all the way down to 4 p.m., giving you live updates with our reporters and correspondents all the way scattered across Nigeria, from Lagos, the commercial hub of Nigeria, to Abuja, where we have Emmanuel Bagudu on standby, and also to Delta, Osinazu, and every one of our reporters. Remember that you can follow us live on social media. We're streaming live on every platform, Facebook, X, and of course YouTube. And you can always make sure to follow us, give us a follow. If you see anything or hear anything, make sure to send us your eyewitness report. We'll see you when we see you. It's goodbye from here. Bye for now.